employed as the Senior Fraud Manager, at KPMG as a Forensic Manager, and at the Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission as a Legal Officer. She is also a past Chair of the Kenya Bankers Association Fraud and Security Committee and former convener of the LSK In-House Lawyers Caucus. She is a certified computer forensics expert. Please welcome KCB Group Head of Forensic Services, Faith Basie.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Faith Basie, karibu sana.
Good morning, colleagues. This is the course, so we say muambaje. Wale watu wa lake msijaribu kujibu, mutajiaibisha. I really hope that you've been having a great time. And other than just coming for the conference, I hope you've had a fantastic time. I remember in my consulting days at KPMG, there was a class called the Triangle, where we used to only know the hotel, the client's place, and the airport. So you could travel and never ever see the beauty of where you've been to. So every time I used to look at my passport, sometimes I look at my passport and I say, oh, I've been to various countries. But if I try to remember what that country offers, I find that I can only remember the airport, immigration of the airport. I don't even remember the duty-free shops and the client's premises. And if I was told to drive back to the client's premises, I'd never find my way. So please, take time to also enjoy our beautiful county number 001. Thank you for the introduction. I have nothing further to add. As I continue with my presentation, I will give you snippets of my very many years in the practice of forensics, including my little detour as an advocate. So that helps me set the basis for this great presentation and interaction of the day. So I always like to start my presentation with a very short story. I am a child of two lands. I consider myself coming from two lands. As you can see, the first picture is of some beautiful place, and that is tea. I don't think our place, the tea is great. It doesn't make an impact in the export of tea, but we are mighty proud of the tea. And you can see that's where the sun rises, and you can see the beautiful sun setting over the lake. And every time I think of my roots, I try to remember, how did my ancestors manage risk? How did my ancestors manage risk? And before I think of my ancestors, I go back to the oldest form of risk management. I go back to the Bible. I'm a Christian. I go back to the Bible, and with a lot of due respect for the Muslims in the house, but I go back to the Bible, and I'm sure all of us remember the Garden of Eden, even our Muslim brothers and sisters. So in the Garden of Eden, when God was speaking to Adam and Eve about the forbidden fruit, was he speaking? Was he managing risk? Was he auditing? Was he carrying out a forensic investigation? Risk management. Yeah, when he spoke to them, he was managing risk. He told them, please do not eat of this tree. But I think God didn't do a great job, because he failed to put controls. Once he saw the risk, he left it to the human being to manage that risk. Is that what our organizations are doing at the moment? How do we manage risk? Do we just tell guys, hey guys, I'm from a bank, So how do we tell guys, hey guys, this is the vault and there's a lot of money, guys, musifike hapo? Is that how we manage risk? So, do we understand why Adam and Eve fell for the temptation? Do we? Yes, we do. You are told this is the forbidden fruit. And I think this is in human nature. When Adam was created, there was that curiosity in him. And that curiosity exists in us to date. So if we leave people and tell them, this is how we are going to manage risk, please do not eat the forbidden fruit, that is not good enough. Because that's when the auditor would have been there. I actually don't think the audit profession started as early as risk management and investigations. Because if the auditor would have been there, he'd have pointed out the control weaknesses. But when I read the Bible, I don't see the control weaknesses highlighted in any verse of the Bible. But I'm not saying that I'm a religious scholar. Maybe it was highlighted and it's just because I read the text very fast, I didn't pick it out. So when God came back the second time and was asking them, what happened? Who ate this fruit? And Eve started blaming the serpent. That is forensic investigation. God was recording their statements. And I think if we understand that part of the Bible, I do not need to do this presentation. Yeah, so when I come to my ancestors, how did they manage risk? I think nature helped us. At night, it was too dark for us to wander out in the plains or go through the tea, so we managed ourselves. But they also managed us with folklore, and they kept on telling us their orgies. You remember ogres? You know, those big one-eyed guys. Did any of us see them? We never saw them. Then at some stage, you used to be told the lake will swallow us if you go too close to the water. So I think our parents managed risk and our ancestors through scaring us with things that we didn't see, but no one was brave enough to dare, yeah? But today, when I look at the Generation Z, can you tell a Generation Z that the ocean will swallow you? What will they do immediately? At tea break, they'll go to that ocean and walk in and see if the ocean will swallow them. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is that when it comes to fraud risk management, what worked in the past might not work for now. What works for various generations will not work for everybody. There's a training I usually give on the anatomy of the fraudster. When you look at the anatomy of the fraudster, age is a big factor. Gender is a big factor. Who do you think steals more? Who do you think steals more, men or women? Ati? The other gender. Exact, that's the correct answer. The women will say the other gender. The men will say the other gender. We never see the clog in our own eyes, the log in our own eyes. So men will steal more. Very simple. Because you are more in population. You are more in population. If you look at absolute numbers. No. In which population am I talking about? In the workforce, where there's an opportunity. Women were many, but tunaosha nguo, tutaiba nguo. You know, so we do more menial work than men. More women are unemployed. So in the workforce, you have more men. So more men in the working population will steal. When you come to the age, the young guys will steal more. But the older guy, they'll have more frequency of stealing. But if the older guy decides to steal, if you get a guy who's 58 years and he decides to steal, he'll steal big. Yeah, it's do or die. Amesema pension, hajali, he's risking it all. Where these young guys, I'm hoping I'm speaking your language. There's something you guys say, risking it all. You'll risk it all. So when a 58-year-old tries to steal, he's risking it all. So I'd just like you to have that in the back of your mind as we go through fraud risk management. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that no one solution fits all. You have to be as versatile and as scalable like an elastic band. You have to bend. I don't know what happened to my technology. You have to bend. You have to keep on bending. As the people charged with fraud risk management, you have to keep on bending according to the circumstances you find yourselves in. So quickly through the agenda, as I said, we failed to learn from history. We have seen, as I walked you from the Garden of Eden, through my ancestors and to the present day, we never learned from history. So some of us manage fraud by crossing our fingers and saying, oh God, let it not happen. We know that it can happen, but please don't let it happen. So today, I hope by the end of my half-an-hour presentation, I'll have touched a bit, at least scratched on the surface of the various topics. Fraud schemes, the risk management framework. I'll touch a bit on the audit techniques to uncover fraud. Here, I am not going to take you through the course of framework and all that. No, I will just touch very lightly on it. I'll take you through how we quickly conduct investigations. I will try to relate this to real-life experiences. I have over 22 years of fraud risk management experience. I started honing my skills at the Anti-Corruption Authority and have grown through as my profile has spoken for itself. Then we'll try to understand the types of evidence, and that for sure I borrow from my first and beloved profession of being a lawyer. And then we look at conducting fraud interviews and writing the forensic and investigation reports, and herein I'll share the challenges and the good practices. What is fraud? Many people define fraud as many things. In fact, the best guy who defines for me fraud, the best people who define for me frauds are the fraudsters themselves. When you arrest a guy and you ask him, what have you just done? He says, sijaiba ya mtu. In the bank, the Generation Z tell us, they've not stolen from anybody. Safaricom yesterday posted what the Generation Z would say, immoral profits. Those are billions. Some people thrived during COVID. So if a staff stole at Safaricom, where I've worked before, they'd tell you that you guys are stealing from guys. Hey, Generation Z, data zenu zimeenda happy. See, Safaricom eats our data. You load data, it disappears at night, and at night you're asleep. So when a staff is stealing, he's saying, you have also stolen from the Mwananchi. So I feel really nothing about stealing from you. So they will tell you, what is fraud? They'll tell you fraud is equalizing the wealth across the globe. Yeah, an equalizer. We are kiiba, mi naiba. Sindio? Hivi. You see? So when staff also steal from us, they think it is their right, they're entitled to stealing from us. But today I will stick to the professional and adoption of what fraud is. And that is being all those activities involving dishonesty and deception that can drain value from a business directly or indirectly, whether or not there is personal gain. So I can defraud an organization. In the bank, and I'm sure I have quite a number of colleagues here, and KCB guys, hi. And so in the bank, I can steal money and credit your account. So you see, I have not gained, but I have conferred a benefit on somebody else. And I've had challenges prosecuting cases of that nature at the beginning, because the judge thinks linear. They say there's no way somebody can steal to benefit somebody else. So you have to complete the loop and show that this person stole, put in this guy's account, and this guy brought back to me, which is usually very hard to prove. So those are some of the challenges we experience when we're prosecuting fraud. But we keep at it, and we've had some very, very good success stories. And as I always say, and I'd like to say here, fraud does not pay. I think it is, I'm sure, I see familiar faces. So I've spoken at ISPAC and at IIA to some of you guys. And maybe I'll repeat some of the examples. And one of my favorite questions that I pose at the end of the training is, now that I've finished training you on what is fraud, how can you steal 100 million from your organization? Park that. I really hope by the time I'm done with this presentation, none of you can steal 100 million from the organization. That is not what I intend to do here. I intend to share the practices of anti-fraud, not fraud. You know, every time, guys, I stand up and everybody says she's going to train us on fraud. Isn't that what you're all expecting? I'd like to correct. I'm going to train you on anti-fraud. Siwezi wafunza kuwa wezi. I can't. So I cannot help you steal 100 million from your organization. And if you try, be assured you will be arrested. I think we have very, very many stories. In my 22 years, I have stood on that dock and prosecuted guys. There was a time, in fact, I went to court and I kept on thinking, okay, which case am I in? Because I have like 5 cases in court. They're all running in my head. And as you know, I'm a woman, as you can see. So of course, women, we multitask. So you can imagine when I'm trying to give evidence in one case, and I'm thinking, is it the kickbacks and gifts case? Is it disclosure of proprietary information? Did this guy tamper with computer programs, data files, operations media? Is it about cheating? Did this guy manipulate records? You know, what case am I standing on the dock for? Did the person benefit from the fraud? Did the person misappropriate assets? Impropriety in handling and reporting of. Did the person abuse their office? And I'll tell you, abuse of office, when I was in anti-corruption, was my favorite. So when I was in anti-corruption, I was a rookie investigator. So I was not as honed as I am today. And there was a lot of pressure. I was in anti-corruption, the days of Justice Ringera, when everybody was baying for everybody's blood. We had to arraign guys in court. Nowadays, I don't see a lot of guys being arraigned in court. Our days, there was so much pressure. So if there was any offense that we loved, it was abuse of office. Because so long as you hold an office, you can abuse the office. And many people never understand what abuse of the office is. And abuse of the office was very simple in government. The greatest abuse was misuse of the vehicles. These guys, Bana, used to carry charcoal on the vehicle. There's one where we got the vehicle, it had tomatoes, mboga, mahindi, till the vehicle is coming from Western, na imekaa hivi. Hey, my brothers from Western, I know we have to eat ugali, but surely, ni must, si lazima. So, we arraigned guys for various offenses, but abuse of office was the best, and still is, for those of you in public sector. That is, if you are charged with the responsibility of, are you AIE holders? I'm trying to remember the lingo of those days. That is where unaweza shikwa. Even as auditors, you know, I know people ask, but auditors, we are safe. We are not safe. In my work at KCB Group, I have investigated auditors, and I think we are all over 18 here, so no offense to anybody, but this is the reality. We've had scandals of sex for rating in audit. I'm not talking about, I said group. And I also sat as the chair of Kenya Bankers Fraud and Security. So in that whole thing, we've had cases of where auditors have been involved in sex for grades, HR for promotions, for transfers, and that is abuse of office. Many people never look at it that way. The fact that you are holding an office does not give you extra power over the other people. Professionalism is what helps us in this case. I have taken people to court for acts of omission. And this was one of the hardest things I had to try and explain to the organization. The fact that I failed to do something means that I'm as complicit as those people who ended up committing because I omitted. If I failed to check reports and somebody was able to get away with a fraudulent act. At KCB, we have a zero tolerance to fraud. So every time I talk, and even where I've worked, Safaricom, it was zero tolerance to fraud. So every fraud ends up in court. And many guys used to say, oh, the reputation of the organization. But you're better off with a fraudster out behind the bars as opposed to a fraudster circulating within the industry and teaching others how to become fraudsters. You see, when we join an organization and we are friends, first and foremost. So if I'm a bad egg, I mess all the rest. One bad fish messes all the rest. So we prosecute to remove one bad person away. If somebody wants to learn fraud from that person, they have to visit the person at committee or at Langata Women's. Falsification of records, fraudulent acts, forgery or altercation, misrepresentation, and please read what I've said. Fraud may include, but is not limited to. When you define fraud, there can be a new definition tomorrow. When I started out, computers were never considered. You know, that time we are not so tech. Us guys are not tech natives. We are late adopters. So those days, when I started my fraud career, my anti-fraud career, there was no computers. So in the definition, this has evolved. The tampering with computer programs, data files, and operational media is one of the new inclusions in what fraud is. Because we are always thinking about paper. Fraudulent financial reporting, one of the things that squarely sits on the auditor's lap. You are the guys who are supposed to pick out this. And if you talk to the KCB auditors here, they'll tell you in KCB, once forensics is called in, the first question we have to answer is, where was the auditor? Was this entity audited? Did the auditor see the control weaknesses? And if the auditor didn't see, the auditors from KCB are looking at me, because we end up having to ask that hard question. And if the auditor didn't see act of omission, they're included in act of omission. Because we believe everybody is a professional, but as I can stand here without fear of contradicting myself, we've never had to have that hard conversation with our auditors. Because every time we investigate, they've actually highlighted, and also they are also our partners. So when they are auditing and they look at something and they find that there's a problem, they refer it for investigations. So it is a very symbiotic kind of relationship, not parasitic, where one feeds off the other. Theft, pure theft, is also fraud. Maladministration or financial misconduct is also fraud. But I've said the list is not exhaustive. Please, those of you who are still in that stage of scholarly prowess, you can research more and give us more. And we can actually send it to Parliament for laws to be reenacted for inclusion of any other thing that can be fraud. I'll go through very quickly through the frameworks. So, fraud risk management framework. This is how a fraud risk management framework looks like. You have to look at governance. I will not go into in-depth. That talks, I'll just pick a few of these things. I'll talk about the tone at the top. If the top is stealing, everyone will steal. If the tone is of tolerance of fraud at the top, everyone will steal. That's why I said zero tolerance to fraud. We look at fraud risk assessments. It's important to have ongoing assessments, resource utilization, use of historical information. Prevention is important to try and prevent frauds before they occur. So the bucket of governance, risk assessment, and prevention fall into one bucket. And it's important for us to be very alert about the first three buckets. Detection is when already an incident has occurred. There's a lot of stuff that goes into detection, where internal audit reports are looked at. Internal audit is one of the detection methods. controls, whistleblower, machine learning, AI. We are moving towards the tech space. Fraud response plan, and I put it in red because we do not desire to be there. But as I told you, who was Adam, who was made by God personally, yani designer human. The designer human fell. And so we all fall and everybody also falls. So we end up at the fraud response. And at the response is where you look at the post-fraud controls, recoveries, prosecution. Is the problem staffing and skills? Many people never look at it from that point. We never understand fraud can occur because of staffing and skills. So we think, oh, because this guy has a CPAK, he can be a good auditor. But have we looked at, does he have auditing experience to audit a bank? Does he have auditing experience to audit an oil and gas enterprise? Culture underlies all these. Culture of an organization tells you what is tolerated or not. If an organization decides to have people who are stealing and the people steal and they do not, and the organization says it is okay, or they say we cannot talk about it, you know? So today you see Faith is next to you. Tomorrow she's gone. If you ask, they say, we have wished her well in her new pursuits. Yet she stole. I mean, we should be able to have the conversations and say, you know what? We had a thief amongst us, and we are glad. Hallelujah. We have removed the thief, and now we are a bit safe. You know? But if we keep hiding, then the next guy steals, and we say the same thing. And say, oh, he's flown out to go and study. I will go through the steps from a very high level perspective because of time constraints in fraud investigation. First and foremost, you have to decide to investigate before you investigate. So there are organizations that say, no, we do not want to investigate. But it is important to decide that you're going to investigate, and what are you going to do? And what protocols should you brush up on? And what interim action will you take? If money is being lost, you cannot let the organization continue bleeding. You have to decide that we have to stop the bleeding. And how are we going to stop the bleeding? You determine where you're going to investigate. And here I will go from a technical perspective. Most of the time nowadays, in the bank, there are two places of investigation. We investigate on the laptop and the databases, because those are the scenes of crime. Because somebody has either manipulated a computer record or has put in a script in the database. So then those become the place of investigation. Then how do you continue from there? You conduct interviews, you review the records, you acquire the records, you analyze the records. So if it is physical documents, you collect physical documents. If it is electronic, you image the computers. You then go and analyze, and then you write your report once you've analyzed. And in your report, as I've tried to highlight there, because that's one of the things I'm going to talk about, avoid inflammatory language. One of my investigators likes using very flowery language, like the last nail on the coffin. He dug his own grave. I think this guy must be traumatized, yeah? He talks a lot about death in investigation, in the graveyard hours, you know, walking among the dead, you know, such like, it's nice. It's nice when you become an author, as I will soon be, but you cannot write that in a forensics report. Please, let's avoid such things. If you are a swimmer, you cannot say, and the waves were strong and overpowered him. You know, the wave of, you know, temptation. You know, we can write a lot of things, yeah? But please, let us write a report that we can all understand. Limit jargon, cross-reference your evidence. And as a lawyer, I struggle. Actually, I struggle transitioning from a lawyer to an investigator. And those of you who are lawyers here, maybe you have the double profession, and we'll tell you, we are the guys who write a whole page without putting a full stop. And it is grammatically correct. Grammarly will not underline it. The tools of grammar will not underline it. So a lawyer will write herewith, therein, bearing from the above mentioned, we hereby with. Just read a lawyer's letter. Hakunanga full stop. We do not misuse full stops. So I had to learn to write short, punchy statements. As a lawyer, it is very hard. We carry our biases. So nowadays when I see lawyers writing, it looks weird because I've done this now thing for 20 years. But I struggled, I think, in my first 5 years to get it right and to write in a way that I'm communicating. And every time you're doing a report, please think of who the audience is. You cannot write slang and use and, that shortcut of and it's Generation Z who use that shortcut of and. Instead of writing A and D, abbreviated stuff, younger generation. Am I speaking to somebody here? Occasionally I preach, but not in church. So I'm really hoping I'm communicating. Audit techniques. You can use data analytics, additional internal and external data from whistleblower. Feel free to, if you are investigating as an auditor, you feel free to use data analytics. You know, script. And I'm sure all of us, I don't have a degree in IT, but life forced me to actually get that computer forensics certification. Because I used to rely on my IS audit colleague, so the guy told me, there was a fraud, and he told me, hey, this thing I got you. See, that's how they tell you, these young ones, I got you. Hey, I was so happy. I said, hey, God, angels exist. And the guy told me, don't worry, he told me things like, he'll get something from open source, he came. You know, let me tell you, there's nothing as bad as looking hopeless, but smiling like you know what is happening. So I was there behind the guy, I'm just smiling, hey, open source. Even me, I say open source. When my boss asks me, what are you guys doing? We got something on open source. Because my boss doesn't know. Hey, he says, faith is sharp, man. This is an investment. Huyu nilipata resource mzuri. I continue with my open source guy. We go, he gets something, I'm just seeing him doing ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta, something. Let's go load on the server. We've gone. Let's load on the server. We loaded. Wow. That story, I can train on it for 2 hours. Cut a long story short, that's the only case I never ever presented to court. We tampered with the evidence because of my people will perish for little knowledge. Lack of knowledge, we would not even have done anything. Here we had kidogo, 10%. My friend Ogopa 10%. Develop risk assessments when you're doing investigations and framework to use for your audit committees. And in your risk assessments, please talk about fraud, annual fraud training for auditors. It's important you get to know what fraud is, because fraud is what brings down organizations. If ikishindikana, usikue faith na I got you, just bring in the experts. Number 6. That is something every other month I think of. Every time I talk about my failures, even when I'm being interviewed for jobs, when I'm mentoring, I always have to talk of number 6. Do not pretend to be a professional when you are not. If you don't know, you don't know. No one is going to kill you. But if you mess the evidence the way I messed, I thank God for his mercies are great. I don't think I'd be standing here. Because we established who defrauded, but I could not present the evidence to court. Types of evidence. There's real evidence, which is objects. This, you know, an object, if you say can be physically held and investigated, like a laptop, is real evidence. I mean, if it's an assault case, a stone is real evidence. A check falls both between real and documentary. As I talk about evidence and continue, I'll give you a story about the value of evidence. So I'm seated at my desk And I don't know if my audit colleagues, I'm sure, is Mabai here? Mabai was there. Mabai was there. Yeah, Mabai was, forensics used to be in audit in KCB. So we bring in a fraudster. And we put him there, and we've gotten all the documents, and we put the documents here, so the investigators are trying to photocopy stuff and everything. But this guy, all of a sudden, I hear a commotion. Do you know the fraudster tried to swallow a check? My friend. And the investigators were not taking it. That check was removed from here. And that guy is at a committee, serving a jail term. I think he's actually, has he finished serving the jail term? That was our only evidence. You can, demonstrative evidence are charts, testimonies. Documentary evidence, you can see, are photographs, website data. Testimonial evidence is the evidence we give when you are standing on the stand. Sorry, I have to rush through because of time, but you'll get the slides, and if you attend more of IIA trainings, there are more specific ones that will then drill down to most of this. When you conduct a fraud interview, please ask open-ended questions. Do not start from the point of somebody's guilty. Don't judge, yeah? Don't judge. And I know that I struggled with that a lot when I was transitioning from a lawyer to an investigator. I mean, to me, if you've stolen, the facts are there. What else? You know, what else are we dealing with? Sinimwizi, siameiba. What are we wasting time with? You know, so I'd be cross-examining the guy as opposed to investigating. So I'll be telling you, but this document dated this day, this was found in your drawer. You cannot now tell us you don't know anything. You know, but that's not how to conduct that. It is for you to be very open-minded, ask open-ended questions, tell me about these, avoid questions that can only be answered yes or no, because those are how lawyers we were trained. When you put somebody on the dock, you tell them to say yes or no. But that is not investigations. So, writing the forensics and investigations report, as I'm winding down, 5 minutes, please. Please, accuracy, clarity, impartiality, and relevance. Who are you writing to? Are you writing to your peer? Are you writing to the board? Are you writing to a technical person? Are you writing to a lay person? Are you writing to insurance? Who are you writing to? Your audience, you always have to have the audience in mind. Your report, and even your report must be timely. You cannot be investigating something for 1 year and expect any results out of it. Fraud is, it has happened. How quickly do people, how do you remember things that happened just the other day, as opposed to things that happened a year ago? This is a summary of how your report looks like. Executive summary, 2 pages, please. Do not let it be a repetition of what is in the main report. Background, scope, approach, factual findings with cross-reference to supporting evidence. Then the impact of the report, conclusion, and recommendation. Let your report be short enough to be interesting, but long enough to cover the subject. As I wind down, and I hope I have spoken to a few of you in the room, sometimes trust just ain't enough when it comes to fraud risk management. We cannot sit here and say our strategy is to trust that the systems will work. Trust the process. I don't know, that's what you Generation Z say. Trust the process. There's no such thing in fraud risk management. We don't trust nobody. Thou shalt not be blinded by the beauty of a theoretical fraud risk management model. Aim to obtain practical understanding of the fraud risks in all your organizations. I cannot tell you that one framework fits all. that one methodology fits all. I cannot stand here and tell you this is how an organizational structure for fraud risk management looks. This is the profile of the fraud risk managers. I have a team of 20. We serve the whole group. I have career policemen. I have lawyers. I have guys who've grown up in the banking operations. I have IT guys. I have accountants. I have business. People who have degrees in business management. So that is the profile of a fraud risk management outlook. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much indeed, Ms. Faith. A big round of applause to her once again. And we are ready for your questions. Because of time, we'll take just a few questions. Go to www.menti.com. The code is together 75 64 20 92. 75 64 20 92. Already there are questions. Okay, somebody says here, thank you for the excellent presentation. 2 questions. Has your fraud risk management framework been audited? Number 2, when or reviewing the auditors look out for?
Okay, I'll take the first question. Has your fraud risk management framework been audited? Yes, by an external party. So it's been audited by an external consultant. And when auditing, reviewing the fraud risk management framework, what should internal auditors look out for? You should look out for weaknesses in the framework. Because you see, just like you do the test of, this is the framework, is it applicable in our situation? Does it work? And what are the weaknesses in the framework? Because a framework can be, I could copy a framework from the World Bank, but I bring it, so it exists on paper. So the auditor will tick first and say, yes, there's a framework, but is that framework fit for purpose for our organization? That is what should be looked at. And that's when you look at the tone at the top, the governance. So our framework says that this is what the framework is for the organization. But what is the tone at the top? Do we have policies and procedures? Do we do gap analysis? How is the detection space looking like? How's the prevention space looking like? Is there a continuous process that is ongoing? Or we just have a filed document that is kept?
Thanks for your insightful presentation. How do you raise perception for detection of fraud in an organization? Elijah Gadekia from Leshego.
So this, I will then here speak very specific on what we do. How do you raise perception for detection of fraud in an organization? First and foremost, this is a conversation that has to be had up to the board level. In EXCO, this is a discussion that has to be had. This is a conversation that has to be had there. So what we do is we make sure we are ever present in people's faces. So we hold training awareness for the organization. We send out, in every quarter, we have a write-up on anti-fraud. We send out e-shots. We have screen savers that come up with the fraud flavor messages of the season. So if right now, and our greatest problem is employee fraud. So we keep on drumming it in, and a lot of what happens is when a fraudster approaches employees, they tell the employees that, oh, by the way, 5 of your guys in the bank, up to even EXCO members, are involved in fraud, and they've never been arrested. So we try to dismantle such urban legend and give them reality. And if staff have been arrested with fraud, we train and name them. And we've been threatened with lawsuits, but that is not defamation. It is truth and fact. You have been exited, you've been exited for fraud, your case is pending before court. Then the court will determine. But from an administrative perspective, an administrative process has found you to be, to have participated in fraud, and the policies do not allow. So it's important to also popularize the policies around fraud management to the organization. Many people do not like the conversation on fraud and anti-fraud. People want to bury their heads, but it is important to have that conversation.
Okay, there's a question from the floor here.
Thank you so much, Faith. Wonderful presentation. My name is CPA Ibrahim. The question of fraud vis-a-vis error. One of the biggest challenges is actually fraud is intentional misrepresentation of facts, and error is unintentional. So many times you find that you have found an employee who has, from your experience, you can clearly define that this is fraud, but they insist this was an error that was done in the process of conducting transaction. So how do you prove the aspect of intention in the same? Thank you.
Yeah, so what I forgot to mention, for a crime to have taken place, there's something called malice aforethought, the intention to defraud. So when it comes to error, there's no intention to make the mistake. So your investigation is what will help you unearth whether it was an error or it was fraudulently intentioned. You cannot make an error and credit your own account with money you have stolen. You cannot make an error and credit your wives, your girlfriends, your children's accounts. You cannot make an error and have been in communication with fraudsters, then you send them money. You know, but you can make an error by posting extra zeros. You can make an error, and this happens in the bank, and this is one type of error we had. Instead of using the dollar, you see when you're choosing currency, you then choose dollar instead of Kenya shillings. So of course it will multiply by 100. And so an error, when you are a seasoned investigator, you are able to see an error. I'll just quickly go into a case I once investigated when I was in anti-corruption, where a state corporation bought its own, purported to buy land that it already owned. There was a lawyer seated on the, but I mean, it's basic 101. If you are buying land, what do? A search. Even my grandfather knows. He'll ask you, mushafanya search. Mumeona iko land, iko succession. You know, in the village, everyone is worried about whether the owners are dead. You are being sold to by marehemu, the land. But this was a state corporation with all the myself in an error. Which type of error is that gives you luck?
Maybe one you experience in your investigations, and how do you tackle them?
The most practical challenge is when you're going to investigate the C-suite. You see, at the end of the day, my performance is rated by the C-suite, by EXCO. But now, I've investigated an EXCO member, and maybe he's been given a severe reprimand. As I tell people, forensics, it's not a beauty contest. It's not where you're going to be liked. Forensics is not ice cream. You know, the people love ice cream. Forensics is pilipili, iko na wenyewe. So how do you tackle them? By just being very professional in everything that you do. I've had a case where I've gone to an executive's office, and I'm thinking we're going to have a mature conversation because I need to understand something, and the guy started crying. I had to run out. You know, you can accuse me of having, because you're shorter than me. You know, they can say, this Luya woman beat up this guy. So I ran out. And that case, going forward, we always go 2 by 2. When you're investigating a lady, go male, female. If it's a man, go male, female. I thought, this guy, I'll just tell him, in your time, just tell me what happened. The guy started wailing. Nilitoka mbio sana. Yeah, so there are very many challenges, by the way.
Wow, thank you so much. A big round of applause to Faith Basie. And I'd kindly call upon CPA Sarah Luta to please come forward and appreciate our guest speaker. Makofi yake tafadhali. Let's appreciate her. Thank you so much. Madam Faith Basia, we appreciate. Asante sana, thank you for your insights. We perish because of little knowledge. Do not pretend to be a professional when you're not. Sometimes trust just isn't enough. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is here and she's going to take us through a journey that started with a dream.
This decade is the decade of African independence. Forward then to independence now. Tomorrow, the United States of Africa.
And the journey continued on, and very recently the African Continental Free Trade Area came into fruition, and now Agenda 2063.
We are calling on everybody to think Africa, act Africa, and prosper Africa.
It comes down to the change of mindset.
This is an historic moment for our continent.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Ms. Alice Mololo, karibu sana. Asante sana. Welcome, welcome.
Good morning. The CEO, the Institute of Internal Auditors, Madam Joyce Omina, distinguished internal auditors, all guests, and my fellow colleagues from the National Treasury, good morning. It's my pleasure today to be here to represent the Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury and Planning, who had been invited by the Institute of Internal Auditors to make a keynote address on a very important topic, which is the realization of Agenda 2063 and the actualization of the African Continental Free Trade Area and what it means. I need to introduce myself. As you heard, my name is Alice Muololo. I'm a Director of Planning at the National Treasury, the Financial and Sectoral Affairs Department, and I'm in charge of sectoral affairs issues where the trade policy falls. The CS was supposed to be here, but due to many commitments, he could not make it, so he delegated this task. And it landed on my desk because I'm in charge of issues to do with trade at the National Treasury. To begin with, that's the outline of my presentation. We are going to look at what Agenda 2063 is, the objectives, and what informed the agenda. Then we look at the flagship projects under the agenda, and then we focus on African Continental Free Trade Area, its objectives, its operational instruments, and we also have to look at the progress in its implementation and what its actualization means to financial services providers, and in particular the internal auditors. And then we look at challenges and opportunities. Okay. To define Agenda 2063, I'm sure many of you have heard Agenda 2063, maybe in presidential speeches. What it means is it envisions the Africa we want. That's why you always fight. Whenever the title of Agenda 2063 appears, it is always Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. And it is Africa's blueprint to achieve inclusive growth and sustainable development in the next 50 years. It was agreed upon in 2013 by the heads of states and government during the 50th commemoration of the Organization of African Unity. You know, before we had the Organization of African Unity, but it was thereafter rebranded to African Union. So today we have the AU. And this is a drive over centuries for self-determination, freedom, what we call the Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance or rebirth. You know, during the 60s, many African countries gained independence from the colonial masters. So it was a time of rebirth for the African continent. And that's why we talk of the African Renaissance. And the Agenda 2063 it's a long-term rolling plan, which is divided into the short-term and the medium plan. And the vision is to build an integrated and prosperous and peaceful Africa, driven and managed by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the international arena. Then the heads of state came up with 7 aspirations to be achieved within that 50-year period. And aspiration number 1 was a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development, whereby it is expected that by 2063, Africa will be able to have our own, we will not be borrowing money, we will be able to have our own resources to manage our economies. And then there was aspiration number 2, which is an integrated continent, politically united based on ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's renaissance. And here it is expected to be a strong, independent continent, self-reliant, also including politically. And then there was aspiration number 3, which is Africa of good governance, democracy, respect of human rights, justice, and the rule of law. And so, Africa has undergone this process of being independent from the colonial masters, and also we have gained the democratic governance over time. And we thought that we were behind. But actually, when you look at what is happening in other parts of the world, even in those developed countries, you find that actually we are ahead in some issues, especially in terms of human rights, rule of law. But anyway, but we don't compare ourselves to the worst. We have to look at what is going to be the best for Africa. Then aspiration number 4 is a peaceful and secure Africa, conflict-free, with understanding among all the communities. Then aspiration number 5, which is a strong identity with a common heritage. Number 6, there was the Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on potential of the African people. Then finally, there was aspiration number 7, which is a strong, united Africa, resilient, and an influential global player. Then there are various objectives. I may not read all of them, but there are various objectives of the Agenda 2063. It was to unite Africa and even diaspora around a common vision. Then there was to harness our resources and endowments with our people, among our people. Then we have to build and accelerate implementation of continental frameworks. Then enhance coherence, coordination among the African regional communities. That's what we call the RECs, regional economic communities. Then how was it to be implemented? it was agreed that it is going to be implemented in 10-year plans. The 50 years is going to be divided into 10-year plans. And the AU, that is the African Union Commission, and the African Union Agency, that is the NEPAD, they were tasked with the responsibility to coordinate and prepare biannual performance reports. That is, after every 2 years, there has to be a report on the progress implementation of these aspirations. At the national level, you find their countries have activities to implement under this agenda. At the regional level, that's like EAC, COMESA, and other regions, they also have their own framework whereby they coordinate what is happening in the region. And then at the continental level, where the AUC, the African Union, and the NEPAD are supposed now to look to coordinate the overall framework and report on progress of the implementation. Then maybe we can ask ourselves, what informed the Agenda 2063? First of all, it was changing global context. You know, we are in the age of information technology. Then there are so many unprecedented opportunities which are coming into place. And also many African countries started recording growth. And so this has informed Agenda 2063. There was also the building on previous experiences. For instance, you remember we had the new Partnership for Africa Development, the NEPAD, and the African Peer Review Mechanism, which was a great success. And so it was an indication that African countries can come together and implement commitments which are good for the continent. Then there was need for a more united Africa, which should be a power to reckon with. We should have a position in the global market, can also negotiate with other superpowers in the globe. Also, there was a strong and well-functioning regional institutions. You know, we have so many. We have EAC, COMESA. We have the ECAS, the Economic Community for Central African States. We have the ECOWAS. We have the IGAD, SADC. UMA is the Arab Maghreb Union. CENSAD is those countries. These are a community of those countries in the Sahel, Sub-Saharan Africa. This is Chad, Benin, and such. Then there were also new development opportunities that also informed the Agenda 2063, and these include the sustained growth that many African countries were experiencing. There was also rising entrepreneurial class within Africa, and also there was also the rising of the BRICS, are those countries which can be considered as they're in the forefront of development. There's Brazil, Russia, Africa, China, and also South Africa. And there was also improved FDI, foreign direct investment, which was coming to Africa. So that was part of the Agenda 2063. Then we have flagship projects under this agenda. We have the African Integrated Highway Speed, connecting all capitals and commercial centers through the Africa High-Speed Train to facilitate movement of goods, services, and others. When you see the SGR is not just a Kenyan project. It is actually under an African continental-wide program. And that's how we find many countries are also implementing standard gauge railway. So eventually, and that's the vision, by 2063, you'd be able to move from Nairobi to Lagos or wherever in Africa through the railway with no restrictions at all. Then we have the African commodity strategy. You know, Africa is the main producer of commodities, minerals, and products. And we need to develop, instead of exporting raw commodities, we need to develop to process them, to add value so that we can export high-value products. Then the creation of the Continental Free Trade Area is going to be our focus today, which is aimed at accelerating intra-Africa trade and strengthen the position of Africa in global trade negotiations. Then we have the Pan-African EU University. This is aimed at developing the human capital and Pan-African passport and free movement of people. Is that vision to have a passport for the whole of Africa so that you can move from one part of Africa to the another. Then the sizing of guns. That was, the vision is to end all wars, all conflicts in Africa. Okay, the vision was to be attained by 2020, so that's an area that we are not yet there, but there's hope that you get there. Then implementation of the Grad Iga Dam. This is a project in DRC. If this project is implemented, it's going to be the largest power project in the world. And with this one, most African countries are not going to experience power shortages in the future. Then we have the creation of annual consultative forum for policy dialogue. Then the SIGO Africa Air Transport Market. Then there's also the vision of to exploit the outer space to defend the economic, security, and other interests. Then the establishment of the continental financial institutions, which aims at accelerating socio-economic development of the continent. And this is important. We are going to look at it later, whereby we are going to have a Pan-African payment and settlement system, whereby we are going to connect all banks, such that when an auditor provides services to a client in another country, that client can pay you through his bank, and you receive your payment in your account in Kenya shillings. You don't have to go through the process of having to convert to dollars or euros or such. Okay. Then we have a map there which is showing the achievement of aspirations, and you find that the highest achievement was attained in aspiration 2, which is an integrated continent, politically united and based on the ideas of Pan-Africanism and African Renaissance. And you see, the achievement was 84%. I don't know whether I can be able to project the slide. And the reason why we had the highest achievement under this aspiration is because of the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And as you are aware, the regime, the free trade regime commenced in 1st January 2021. Although it is not yet fully operational because there are still some outstanding issues, but formally the African continent should have started trading by 2021 January. Then what is the African Continental Free Trade Area? This is the agreement that is bringing the trade area. It's an ambitious pact, the largest in the world in terms of the number of participating countries since the formation of the WTO. And it connects 1.3 billion people across 54 African countries. And the decision to establish the free trade area came by in January 2012 by the 18th Ordinary Summit of the Heads of State and Government. And out of the 55 African member states, 44 of them signed the agreement right there when it was approved. That was in Kigali, Rwanda in 2018. And as of April 2022, 45 of the 54 signatories had deposited their instruments of ratification with the chair of the African Union. And it is regarded as it's a vehicle for Africa's economic transformation. And when it is completed, it is expected that it will have a combined GDP of $3 trillion million, and it will increase intra-Africa trade by 50%. And there we have, I don't know, is a photo of the heads of state in Kigali in 2018. Those are all the African heads of state at the launch of the agreement. And why do we need the free trade area, the African Continental Free Trade Area? As you know, traditionally African economies have been segmented, and there has been limited cross-border trade. Transport infrastructure is lacking. There are different regulations across the countries, and also intra-Africa, and African countries trading amongst themselves. It only constitutes 16.6%, which is very low, compared to what we trade with other countries is 80 to 90%. When you look at Europe, in Europe, the European countries, the amount of trade that they trade amongst themselves is 68.1%. And in America, you find it is 55%. So in Africa, we need to trade among ourselves because that's the only way we can be able to develop our economies, to have investments in Africa and also to use our own resources and grow our GDP. So Africa is considered a country of paradox because one thing, it is home to 17% of the world's population, 30% of the world's oil minerals endowment, and yet it is 70% comprises 70% of the world's poor, and also 30% of the continent's population lives in landlocked countries. And so when you look at it, intra-Africa trade is among the lowest in the world. The objective of the CFTA is to create a single market for goods, an integrated and prosperous, peaceful Africa as enshrined in the agenda. It's to create a liberalized market for goods and services, and contribute to the movement of capital and natural resources, facilitate investments, and lay foundations for a future customs union. We need to have a customs union. A customs union means that we'll have common trade policy. We'll be one market. And also to promote a sustainable and inclusive socio-economic development, gender equality, structural transformation, and enhance competitiveness. Okay, there are several, they may not speak. And also, we have, since we have so many regional economic communities, you find that there's multiple membership. You find that a country is like in 4 or 5 regional economic communities. That cause overlapping memberships. That's actually what we call the spaghetti ball effect. Okay, this one even may not be updated. It could even have more circles and intertwined, because here we don't have IGAD. IGAD is also a member, is also another regional economic community. You find like, if you look at the EAC used to be only Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, and Tanzania and Rwanda, but now today EAC we also have Sudan, we also have the Democratic Republic of Congo. So that multiple membership is also very costly for the countries because we have to finance so many secretariats. Kenya is contributing to the secretariat of the EAC, of COMESA, of IGAD, and so many. But if you are able to unite all these regional economic communities into one, you only have one secretariat, and that would be less costly. Then the CFTA has protocols. Protocols are legally binding obligations on which form part of the agreement, and they are specific to particular areas of negotiation. Like we have the protocol on trade in goods, which seeks to eliminate duties. We also have, among other things, we also have the protocol on trade in services, which we are going to look at more details because auditors, you are in the trade in services area, so we are going to look at that one in more detail. Then we have a protocol on the intellectual property rights, on competition policy, e-commerce, and free movement of persons. We have a protocol on rules and procedure on the settlement of disputes, a protocol on investment. We also have various operation instruments of the free trade area, which I'm going to mention. I may not go into detail because of time constraint, but I may want to go to trade in services, which is the focus for today, because I'll go to the trade in services, which is the focus for today, because the auditors, internal auditors, are in the area of trade in services. And what I may say is that trade in services are technically a complex subject. It's not like goods, because in trade in services, we don't just trade in services we don't have duties or customs duties that we have to reduce in order to be able to liberalize trade. But here we deal with the regulations and rules, and there's a lot of negotiations to be done. And negotiations is about accommodating the offensive and defensive interests of all the participating countries. And to trade in services, offers and counter offers are extended and negotiated till an agreement is reached. And in Kenya, we have, or within the CFTA, we have prioritized 5 categories of services, which we are currently negotiating. There is business services, communication, financial, transport, and tourism services. And in services, there are different types of supply. These are classified under the WTO, and we have the cross-border, whereby the supplier remains in his territory, and the service crosses the border. That such that the consumer is located in a different country. An auditor provides a service to a firm in a different country. Then we have consumption abroad, whereby the consumer is outside their home country and they travel to another country to consume the service. For example, tourism, education, you can go to a university abroad, medical treatment. Then we have commercial presence, whereby the service provider goes and establishes in another country in order to be in contact with his clients there. Then we have mode 4, which is the movement of natural persons, whereby an individual may temporarily move to another country to provide the service. For instance, when a person is, an employee is transferred to a branch in another country. And how do we make commitments in trading services? Each party lists the sectors it is committing to trade, and under each sector, the party will list the derogations. Derogations are relaxations or exemptions to a rule, either from market access or national treatment. National treatment that the foreign services and foreign service providers should be functionally treated and subjected to the same conditions of competition as local service providers. Then we have market access, whereby it is the ease of entry into another market. Now, let's look at the case of financial services. Under the financial services, a country may list banking and other services. And then this subsector may be listed further into either auditing, accounting, insurance, and such other services. And then against each mode of supply, that is the cross-border, the one that we have looked above, cross-border, supply, consumption abroad, commercial presence, and the presence of natural persons. A country will make schedules, commitments on whether on market access, on national treatment, or any other. And then commitments range from unbound to none. For market access, for the ease of entry into another market, unbound means that the country has not committed that sector, and therefore the foreign service suppliers or their services can be excluded from the market. While none means that the sector is committed, and therefore we have no restrictions. We can allow foreign service suppliers to come and supply, or Kenya suppliers can be allowed to another country which has committed that sector as none. For national treatment, unbound means that there is no commitment to treat foreign service supplier or their service. There is no committed to treat them the same as the national supplier. While none means that the sector is committed and therefore there is no further restriction. And limitations to market access may include the number of suppliers. Like a country may decide in terms of this particular profession, auditing, we can only accept this number of foreign service suppliers. It also the restrictions may also be based on the transactions or the assets, the number of people employed, number of operations, output, etc. And here, let's look at an example of how a schedule of service, how a country schedules the service commitments for negotiation. This is now what a country offers to another country. For instance, here we have an example of the financial services. Financial services can either be banking and other financial services, it can be financial leasing, it can be or payment and money transmission services. Looking at the example of financial leasing, you see there's one now this refers to mode 1, cross-border, is unbound, meaning that no commitment. Meaning that we we have not committed this service, and therefore foreign service suppliers are restricted. We may impose restriction on foreign service suppliers. Then you have 2, it's none, meaning no limitation. That means that sector is open. Foreign service suppliers can come and supply service in our country. Then you have 3, financial leasing companies must be incorporated in a state. 3, it is under 3. It means that no, that's a condition. That the condition is that financial leasing companies must be incorporated, restricted specific to that countries, and so that is what the member states are negotiating to have them removed. So that was another taxation services. And you look for taxation services for mode 3, commercial presence. For a foreign service supplier to come and establish in Kenya, it will be subjected to issuance of a license by the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya. The same thing under mode, under national treatment for the mode 3, which is establishment of. I see time is on our side. Maybe to conclude, maybe a minute to conclude.
That's all right.
So what does actualization of the CFTA mean for financial service providers? And this also includes the internal auditors. There's an expanded market that will be created by the CFTA and is expected to stimulate trade in services and promote cross-border investments. Then the financial service provider will be expected to take a leading role in the implementation of the agreement. And therefore, they have to demonstrate capacity to provide tools which have historically been available within a limited geographical scope. You've been operating just within Kenya, but now we need now to look at outside Kenya, because there are opportunities out there. Then also the financial service sectors, they are expected to take lead in providing the major tools necessary to implement robust trade agreements. These include facilitating transactions, mobilizing savings, allocating capital, monitoring managers, transforming risk. And these are roles that where the internal auditors play a key role. And the main challenges which have hindered the full implementation of the agreement are several. I'm just going to mention a few. First of all, we had the COVID pandemic, which slowed down implementation, and that's why we were not able to achieve our targets in time as it had been envisaged. Then, there's the rising debt crisis, which was already there before COVID, and which has heightened the crisis. And so there's also the partial unwinding of the globalization and emergence of world characterized by rivalry and protectionism. You see what is happening in the economies to trade with other countries. They are trying to reverse back to protectionism. Then the CFTA marks a significant landmark for realizing a better Africa. These are opportunities. And trade is expected to grow, and also new business opportunities. And this can ease the burden created by the pandemic. It becomes increasingly important as restricted global trade is vital for goods such as pharmaceuticals, food products. You saw what happened because of the COVID pandemic. We started manufacturing products that were initially importing. Like Kenya never used to manufacture any mask, but now we managed to get so many industries which are manufacturing masks, protective gear, and other products. And also now we have already set the pace to establish pharmaceutical companies. And this was actually triggered by, these opportunities were triggered by the COVID pandemic. Maybe I know time is short.
Sure.
I would have wanted to present much more, but thank you very much. And if there are any questions, I'll be glad to address.
That's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Madam Alice Mololo. Because of time, unfortunately, we won't take any questions, but during the tea break, in case you have questions, I'm sure Madam Alice, if you have time, would kindly request your presence. Very quickly right now, I'd kindly call upon Bwana James Muthinja, Communications Authority, to please come forward and appreciate Madam Alice. Madam Alice, just a moment so that we can appreciate your contribution. Asante, tafadhali, Bwana James Muthinja, karibu sana. Asante sana, makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much indeed. Asante sana. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 7 minutes past 37. Let's be back here at 11, top of the hour. Take your break right now, ladies and gentlemen. 11, top of the hour, we kick off the next session. Asanteni sana. This is the last lap. We want to finish in a big way. 11, top of the hour. Let's meet here.
Hello, I'm Christopher Pope, Director of the IA's Audit Executive Center. When considering the future of internal audit, there are many answers to ponder on. Audit never sleeps, and the demand for skilled internal audit practitioners are growing daily. We asked a small group of internal audit leaders to share their story and thoughts on the matter. Here is what they had to say.
For the internal audit of the future, I think there's really two groups of skill sets that are going to be really important to be successful. The first is one that's been really true for a long time, which is the soft skills. The ability of people to interact with members of management, the ability to be empathetic to people in situations, those who have courage to be able to take on the hard questions, to ask the hard questions, to give feedback when feedback may not be something which is sought out. The second skill set for the most successful audit of the future is one that's really been emerging over a number of years, and I think will only become even more important, which is a comfort level with technology, and technology and data. Clearly, we've been using more and more technology, data analytics, but I think it's becoming even more so. And it's not just the knowledge bases, so that people come in with a knowledge of how to use a particular application or work in a particular ERP, but an overall comfort level with the concept of technology.
I think the internal auditor of the future is going to need to have critical thinking skills, as well as many data analytics skills. It's a very broad-based skill set needed by all our auditors. You know, some of them have that now. It's not just for the future, but I think as we move forward, you're going to see more and more broader-based skills, especially in analytics and critical thinking.
A top goal for every internal auditor going forward should become a trusted advisor. This will enhance the value to the organization that the auditor works for. Skills that required will include relationship building, listening, communicating, both oral and verbal, as well as strategic thinking.
What has changed is the ability of internal auditors to adapt themselves to the changing business environment and rapidly changing conditions in the global economy. And in order for internal auditors to be able to add value to their organizations, they need to have the business acumen and business knowledge. They have to acquire that. And they have to combine this business knowledge and with their technical skills, like IT skills, which are becoming more and more important and relevant.
As you can see, there is so much knowledge we can all embrace. If you are looking for relevant content, solution-based resources, training and networking opportunities to assist you on your audit team to be more successful in today's ever-changing business environment, join the Audit Executive Center today.
The way it is, next year we need to see you presenting global.
Yes, I don't mind.
Yes, when that they open the speakers applications for next year. Yeah. We'll push you that you going to go speak global.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We have to take our space.
Yeah, we have to take our space. Kenya.
Let's sit back and
you know, now we are the second largest institute in Africa.
Who is largest? South Africa.
Yes. But
they don't think they're enough.
Yes.
So
We are the largest. And we are more promising. This is our vice chair.
I don't remember
yes,
the speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining, then we kick off. Please find your way to the meeting room. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to kick off 1 minute to the top of the hour. So all those still outside, please welcome to the meeting room. Our speaker is already here. 1 minute to go, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, time's up, time's up. We want to welcome our next speaker. Risk management for the next storm. What will it be? And will your organization survive? Business continuity.
Annual Audit Director Carol Ouko.
Ladies and gentlemen, Carol Ouko.
So good morning. Good morning. What a pleasure it is to be with you this morning. I listened to Faith as she was making her opening remarks, and she did mention that today is the last day. And I believe I'm the last speaker standing between you and her advice to go out and visit the beach and to spend time relaxing. So I'll be mindful of that. And this morning, what I would like to do is to really just have a conversation. A conversation around matters that impact you and I, at a personal level, at an organizational level, at a national level. And it's about emerging risks and the risks that we continue to face. I know as I got the request to speak on this topic, I was thinking about, I remembered shortly after COVID, so in 2020, let's say mid-2020, we were kind of getting used to the idea of COVID and what it was and how it was impacting the world. And our IT person started a project, and he called it the Post-COVID Project. And I remember one of our board directors asking us, are we really in the post-COVID era? Is the storm really over? And it got me thinking about what kind of storms we have been through in the last 2 years or so. I think Kenyans were very resilient. Something happens and we quickly move on. So as we start this conversation, I want us to just reflect. The last 2 years, 2019, 2020, 2022, what have we experienced? And I want us to sit back, not just look at our organizations, but just look at globally. What are the issues that we have had to grapple with? What are the storms that we have faced? So I'll start with the one that is, of course, on everybody's mind. And I'm sure if I took a poll today, we would be divided in whether we are in the post-COVID era or not. But even as we talk about that, COVID right now globally has impacted 14.9 million. 14.9 million across the globe have lost their lives during COVID. It has triggered an unprecedented global economic crisis. I think pundits are saying it's probably the worst since the global recession, and it's bound to get worse. And we hear there's looming resurgence of COVID. So for those of you who say COVID is over, we are now living with it. Just this morning, I read in the news, North Korea has finally admitted that it has lost its first death, COVID death. This was yesterday, I believe, they reported. Now, by the time North Korea is admitting to have lost one person, how bad is it really happening in North Korea right now? There's the whole idea that there's possibly a resurgence of infections. And we haven't even begun to talk about the impact of long COVID. What happens? You've gotten COVID and you've recovered. What are the long tail impacts of COVID on our bodies, on society? Again, as I was researching, I had forgotten. In that same period, we had the Australian bushfires. Tragic, tragic circumstances in Australia. 18.6 million hectares were burnt out. 5,900 buildings destroyed. These are companies, these are people's homes, these are impacts on the economy. 434 people killed. I won't even mention the California fires. Indonesia, floods, devastating floods, 400,000 people forced to flee. These are your employees, these are your customers, these are your friends, your family, your neighborhoods. I try to think in my head, what's the population of Nairobi? This is probably a quarter of the population of Nairobi displaced. 66 people killed. Philippines, volcanoes. There were multiple eruptions of volcanoes in just the last 3 years that I've talked about. 300,000 people forced to flee. Devastating earthquakes, not just in one area. It was in Turkey, the Caribbean, China, Iran, Philippines again, India. And out of the countless earthquakes we had, 45 earthquakes had a magnitude over 6. That's devastating. This one impacted us as well. Locusts. 5 states in India were inundated with locusts. Same in East Africa, Pakistan. The damage it did to crops, impacting our food security, having an impact on us indirectly. Europe. Europe for the first time was facing tropical cyclones. Europe is not in the tropics. They had 2 storms, windstorms, massive damage, killed 30 people, cost nearly $6 billion in damage. And they say this is as a result of global warming. And this is before I even touch on Russia-Ukraine war, before I talk about the humanitarian crisis that is happening around the world, before I even touch on the economic fragmentation. I've not talked about the growing food prices. I've not talked about looming debt. I've not talked about global liquidity. If any of you came to the conference today thinking that the storm is over, I hope I'm convincing you, just with these introductory slides, that the storms are no way over. They are increasing in intensity, they're increasing in scope, they're increasing in damage. So the question of this session that I was asked to address, if I can just go back again to the beginning, risk management for the next storm, I think is a very pertinent discussion we are having this morning, because the next storm is coming, I can assure you. I just can't tell the shape or form. I can't tell the speed. I can't tell what damage it will do, but it is coming. And the question we want to discuss today is, what could it possibly be? Because it's important to look at scenarios. And I want you to be pondering and thinking, will your organization survive? And your organization could be the one that sent you here, the one that employs you. The organization can be the organization you own. Maybe you're an entrepreneur, or you have a family organization. It could also be the government, because we're seeing that governments are struggling to survive. So as we go through the discussion today, and I realize I only have half an hour, I would want us to ponder on that. And as we try to determine what is this next storm that is coming, it's always good to look at the experts. What do they say? What are they telling us about the next storm? So the World Economic Forum has a global risk report which it issues every year. And I'm fortunate to sit with them on that advisory board as we discuss what are the next big risks that are coming over the horizon. And every year, for the last 10 years, they've been putting out their top 10 list. And that top 10 list hardly ever changes. It hardly ever changes. The first major risk to us as a global, as members of the global community, is the one of climate change. If you look at all the storms I talked about in my introductory remarks, all of them have a tail or a linkage to Second is extreme weather. I think in the profile they talk that I have responsibilities across the region. And for the first time ever, a country like Mozambique had 3 cyclones in one season. Unheard of. And the damage it has done to Mozambique is tragic. Extreme weather events are with us. The other day, South Africa, rains inundated that country and people died. So extreme weather is with us. Biodiversity loss. With all this damage that is happening, we are losing key biodiversity elements that we have. And that has an impact on our health. Many of our medicines are connected to biodiverse trees, species, plants. So there is a huge connection about the types of risks that we are facing. So this is at a global level. 5 of the top 10 relate to environmental issues. The next 3 relate to societal, our social cohesion. When Trump came out and said America first, I don't think people realized how impactful that statement was. Rather than running towards a global community and enhancing and leveraging on globalization, everybody is retreating into their ethnic communities. The Americans are retreating to America. Britain is retreating into the UK, away from Europe. I think it's only Africa that is coming together under the Africa Free Trade Union. But otherwise, everybody is disaggregating, and we're losing the benefit of globalization. Infectious diseases, we are not out of the woods. I heard that Bill Gates the other day was talking about the next pandemic that is coming. And so for the last 10 years, the World Economic Forum has been reporting on these, and they keep telling us it hasn't changed much. These things are coming. These storms are coming. Can you see them? Are you aware? And all of the ones that we have seen in the past were predicted. Maybe what we didn't get right was the scale, the speed, and the knock-on effects. That is still unclear. The other area I went to look at, just to get a sense of where our big risks are, is Allianz Global conducted a survey. 2,650 risk management experts were interviewed in 89 countries. And what did they say is their biggest worry for 2022? Cyber risk. And funny enough, when I heard Joe Biden talking about the Ukrainian war, their concern was, what if Russia attacks us with a cyber attack? Shuts down our nation. Basically, that's what it would be, a shutdown of the nation. Now, just as the viral pandemic was inevitable, once it started, it was almost impossible to stop. A cyber pandemic would be just as devastating for us. And that's what's on people's mind now. What happens if our computers catch a virus and it spreads as fast as COVID did? It's borderless, can't be policed, can't be seen, can't be spelt, and it shuts down the internet. That's the next big risk. Everybody's talking about that. And people have predicted, I think it's the World Economic Forum has predicted again, that one single day without computers, if the internet was shut down, it would cost us 50 billion globally, just for one day. One day shut down, it would impact us that much. So as risk professionals, when COVID happened, when shutdown happened, what did we do? Traditionally, we all said, we must pick up our BCP. We ran to our plans and we decided we're going to do what? Focus on business resumption. We're going to have our crisis management teams meet. We're going to activate our disaster recovery. That was the normal response. But I want to pose the question for you. What happens when you're trying to resume in a world that is unrecognizable from the world that you had a disruption in. That's what most of us faced with COVID. You're resuming your business, but there's nobody in the building. Everybody is at home. We had never factored that in our scenarios. We had never thought about what the impact of that would be. People didn't have laptops. People had desktops. We didn't have proper internet in our homes. So we were grappling with a whole new world we had never seen before. How do you resume to a world you've never seen before? So there are shortcomings in looking at business continuity when you're thinking about the next big crisis. My suggestion to you is that our required response must be bigger than business continuity. We must start talking about resilience. Can I have the IT people assist? Seems like my slide has gone off. We must talk about resilience. Resilience is about withstanding, regardless of the circumstance that you have, being able to withstand any shocks that come. And it's slightly different from business continuity. It is broader. It's much broader than business continuity. Business continuity is the core, because you must be able to resume, you must be able to manage crisis, and you must be able to manage your disaster recovery, bring your systems back up. But what I'm encouraging you today is to think beyond business continuity into managing your operational resilience. Resilient organizations develop business models. So this is looking at your entire business model that can adapt. We're talking about adaptive capacity. To adapt to significant changes, significant shifts in your customers' demands, shifts in your competitive landscape, technological changes, and even your regulatory terrain. Resilience becomes your competitive advantage. So it's not just about going back to where you were before. Because going back to where you were might make you obsolete. You must come back into this new terrain ready to compete, ready to survive, ready to thrive. So my thesis this morning to you, as you wind down, having talked through the last couple of days, is we must start thinking about how can we compete in the new terrain that comes after we've gone through storms. How do we survive? Customer demands changed. Regulation changed. Our competitors changed. As an organization, were we ready and able to change and to be adaptive? So I want us to talk about 6 key areas of resilience, just broadly, so that we capture what is it I'm calling you to. Instead of just looking at business continuity to survive the storm, we must look at financial resilience, operational resilience, technological resilience, your organizational resilience, reputational resilience, and your business model resilience. I'll touch on those very quickly. And as auditors, when you're looking at an organization to determine, can they continue? What's the ability of the organization to continue? I would recommend that we look at these 6 areas. Financial resilience. Will this company be viable in the short and the long term? Do you have a solid capital position to withstand shocks, or are you living day to day? Do you have sufficient liquidity? And are you retaining superior margins by increasing revenue instead of just controlling costs? Is your organization financially resilient? Are you operationally resilient? Can you pivot and change depending on the demand Can you remain stable in the face of operational disruption without sacrificing quality? Ask yourself that question. What is the cost of remaining stable? Can you do that without sacrificing quality? And you look at your supply chain. When you're looking at operational resilience, do the people you depend on, are they also going to be there at the end of a disruption? So looking at your supply chain and delivery mechanisms. We're looking at technological resilience. We say that cyber was the great accelerator of technology in all of our companies. But do we have a strong and stable and flexible infrastructure that allows us to grow and expand on demand? How do we manage our data? Do we have high quality data that we can leverage? Our IT projects, big and small, can they deliver high quality on time, on demand? And if something goes wrong, can they bring back our technology? Organizational resilience looks at your people at the very heart of it. When all of us all of a sudden needed to upskill on technology, were we able to attract the right skills needed for that technology? For those of us who went into apps, we were all fighting for developers. What's your ability to grow and retain the right skills for the future? You have a diverse workforce? Do you have robust succession plans? And is your culture the right one for adaptation, innovation? Reputational resilience. Nowadays, you have to manage your stakeholders. Your values, your actions, and your words must align. And you have a wide range of stakeholders who are looking for an opportunity to bring you down. So do you have the resilience to speak with your stakeholders, whether they're employees, whether it's people in the marketplace, to ensure that they support you when the storm comes? And this means that as an organization, you must have a listening and flexible openness to your stakeholders. And then finally, business model resilience. You must challenge your organization, your board, your management. Do we have a business model that can grow and adapt? Change its size, change its model, change its operations to respond to demand and the competitive landscape. This means innovation must be a core part of your business model. It's innovate or die. I'm sure if I asked, each of you could name 1, 2, 3 organizations that just could not make it back from COVID. It's innovate or die. Now, as an internal auditor, if you work in the internal audit function, that resilience must extend into your function. If you lead the function, if you're a member of the function, or if you're in an organization that relies on internal audit. And I think as I close and come to an end, and I realize my time is running out, we want to look at tact. In order for internal audit to be resilient and to be the partner of a resilient organization, technology, agility, collaboration, tenacity, and talent must be core. Technology, I heard this talked about a lot. We must live in the 4th industrial revolution. Data analytics, robotics, automation, artificial intelligence must become part of how we do our work. It enables us to respond faster, to continuously monitor, and respond faster detection of problems. Faith was talking about fraud. And as we've moved into the technology landscape, fraud has moved and changed and is moving and changing every single day. We must have the tools to change with it. Agility, the ability to anticipate. It's not just the preserve of the risk managers to be thinking forward. If we are to be partners in the business from the internal audit perspective, we must be able to come to the table and speak the language of the business. We must anticipate emerging issues. We must be swift. We must be agile in our responses. And we must be at the forefront of providing relevant, reliable insights and advice to foster innovation and improvements. Collaboration, right through the organization, right from the tone at the top the mood in the middle, and the buzz at the bottom. Our collaboration must extend throughout the organization. It must extend throughout the lines of defense. And we leverage through a combined assurance framework to make sure that the organization is able to be resilient. We must work more closely together. Talent, and it's great that you're here, trying to understand new ways of working. But knowledge and training is an essential part of resilience. You have to keep your mind sharp. You have to build capabilities in scenario planning. It's not just about looking at data of things that happened in the past. Can we anticipate, develop scenarios, stress test the business, understand where the vulnerabilities could possibly come from, and become the advisory partner to the business? And last is tenacity. Tenacity means the quality or fact of continuing to exist. Persistence. We must be tenacious as internal auditors, understanding the internal and external environments in which we operate, make better informed decisions, and help the organization achieve their goals effectively. So I want to end with a quote. Resilience. Resilience does not come about by accident. It just doesn't happen. It takes hard work, an ongoing commitment. All of our actions should have the ultimate goal of preparing our organizations to face the future. And that future is one of increasing risks and uncertainty, in which only the best prepared organizations are likely to survive. I want to leave you with a thought. Now, despite the tremendous change and upheaval that has occurred, much of the global disruption that began in 2019 was predictable. And in fact, it was predicted. I don't think there is anything that has caught anybody by surprise. If you were reading and if you were keen. All of it was predicted. And it was expected to happen for decades, including COVID. The difference is, in recent years, only the digitally mature organization will survive. Not just digitally mature, but future-looking. We have to get our heads down from looking at papers, spreadsheets, numbers, and looking up at what's happening. We must be future-looking, because it's only those organizations that are digitally mature and future-looking that are better able to cope with steep drops in revenue, accelerated increases in customer demands, all those aspects that are needed for production and growth. So my clarion call to you, it's a great time to be an internal auditor. If you're a risk manager, it's a great time to be a risk manager. The future can be intimidating, but it's also exciting and rewarding. Let's be the leading partners for the business in these times of inevitable change. So thank you very much. I think I've just made my time, but I'm
Excellent.
open to take questions. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you so much indeed. Questions, www.menti.com, code 75642092. Let's have at least 2 questions. This is a comment. Thanks for the cool and touching presentation. Another one says here, thank you for the excellent presentation. Were global pandemics among the top businesses risks in early 2019? If not, what else could we have missed in our current top 10 global risks?
That's an excellent question. So, for those who were keen, when the bird flu came out in maybe 6-7 years ago, could have been even 8, there was a bird flu breakout in China, H1N1. And everybody in the scientific community was in a panic because they realized if this thing just gets the properties, the viral properties that's needed, the world would not be ready. So in the scientific community, they were very, very much prepared. In the business community, however, there was very little noise and very little acknowledgement of what was happening in that little corner somewhere in the world. So are there things that we miss? I think they are. For as long as we don't collaborate, as long as we don't nurture our curiosity and try to follow where all these signals are, there will be things that we miss. However, what is becoming clear, especially when you look at all these global risk reports, whether it's the World Economic Forum, Allianz, I think internal auditors also do that, there is convergence about some of the key issues, the key signals. What we don't know is how will they interact, and eventually what will the final touch point be. And that's why the term resilience is very important. It doesn't matter which storm comes.
Well, thank you so much indeed. People are appreciating, saying thanks for your insightful presentation, and we appreciate you for your time as well. Do we have a question on the... Oh, all right. Okay.
1,000 and COSO framework. How are these, looking at the way the risk landscape is emerging, evolving, and becoming dynamic, how are the global benchmark standards bodies adopting to these changes to align to what we can say is a futuristic approach to these new and unpredictable changes in risk landscape? Thank you.
I think that's an excellent question. And my personal opinion, please don't quote me, in as much as those global frameworks are very useful, I think they're very helpful. For me, there's a new thinking or new opportunity to enhance that further. And that's in a framework called, I don't call it a framework, a methodology called dynamic risk assessment. So the traditional ones look at likelihood and impact. But it lacks one key dimension, which is a key element of what we see in the storms today: velocity. How fast do these things evolve? So it's well and good that you predicted this will happen 1 in every 10 years. It's well and good that you predicted that when it happens, it's going to have a high impact. But you didn't tell us that when it happens, the speed with which it will evolve could decimate the entire climate, the entire world. So one key element that is missing there is velocity. And then the other element that is missing is interconnectedness. And I'll give you an example. There's a ship that got stuck in the Suez Canal. All of a sudden, I'm unable to get computer parts or laptops. The global supply chain was completely decimated because of one small incident that happened in the Suez Canal. So your likelihood and impact doesn't allow us to get information about the interconnectedness. What else will be impacted? So there's a new methodology that is beginning to take root called dynamic risk assessment that tries to bring in that element of interconnectedness and velocity, which is missing from our traditional frameworks.
Thank you so much, Madam Carol Oko. A big round of applause for her. That kindly call upon Bwana Willis Okwacho, Assistant Internal Auditor General, the National Treasury and former Treasurer, IIA Kenya, to come appreciate Madam Carol Oko. Makofi nyingine, the next storm is coming. Reduce costs without compromising quality. Only the best will survive. Digitally mature and future looking. Asante sana. Asante sana, thank you so much, we appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly in the next 10 minutes, let's listen to one of the key partners. ready for our next speaker. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, has over 20 years of experience in delivering internal audit, enterprise risk management, consultancy, and fraud investigation and management services in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Zambia, and South Africa. In recent years, he has led his firm to fully automate internal audit and risk departments in several public and private sector institutions in East Africa, especially through the implementation of risk-based data-driven continuous auditing and continuous monitoring. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us welcome for the next 10 minutes, a big round of applause, Grand Africa Consulting Limited Managing Director Godfrey Mwika. Karibu sana. 10 minutes, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Is it afternoon or morning? Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here this morning to speak to you within that very short period of time that I have been given. I'm used to presenting to try as much as possible to be brief and not to take much of your time beyond the time that I've been given. So I wasn't familiar with this one. On the slides, sorry, I need some assistance. Sorry, I had some slides, so I wanted to have them projected. While they come up, there are things I can say. I don't have to necessarily wait for the slides because of the shortage in time. CPA Godfrey Mwika, that you have been, like you have been informed. I come from Grand Africa Consulting. Our main business is actually assurance, whereby we offer internal audit services to different organizations all over Africa. We have clients all over. We also offer ICT consulting services, which includes auditing information systems, offering quality assurance services for people who are implementing information systems, and as well as actual implementation of those systems. Our other main service offering is audit management systems. We have been in this space for more than 10 years. We have implemented audit management systems, which is GRC solutions, governance, risk, and compliance, as well as data analytics solution and continuous auditing and continuous monitoring solutions, again, to clients in various countries in Africa over the period that we have been operating. So Grand Africa Consulting, perhaps to most of you, would come across you as an organization that does audit management systems. Today, I'm going to speak about that, but with respect to a particular audit management system that we are running. I'm sure you've seen a slide, a team there, outside there, with information about Audit Runner. That's the Audit Runner GRC. And my topic is about risk-based, data-driven Audit Runner GRC. Still, I'm not sure I know how to... The slides? Okay. As I wait for them, I'll again continue talking. Audit Runner GRC is a system that automates the entire operations of the internal audit department. I know some of you have internal audit departments, but you do not have audit management systems. Others have, but probably the way you're using them is not giving you the value you're supposed to be getting. Our tool, Audit Runner Management System, which we have implemented in a number of organizations already, takes the entire audit process from the beginning to the end and automates. This is what you're saying. It has a full module for audit planning. If you can see there in your slides, those are some of the modules. The first module is the internal audit. What does the internal audit do? Internal audit module is basically the electronic working paper setting. So that's where you start with analyzing, identifying, documenting, and scoring the risks, and then putting them in their systems, and then connecting those particular risks to the respective controls. A risk may be addressed by several controls, or one control may be addressing several risks, then you connect them to the respective risks. So the internal audit module starts the entire audit process from planning to field work execution to follow-ups to reporting, automates the whole set of the process. The second module is the risk and controls, which captures the entire internal control framework. You are aware as internal auditors that the internal control framework is about people, process, and technology, with the people playing the key component in that. So again, the internal audit module in this Audit Runner GRC allows you to document all the risks in an organization, every single risk in an organization, and then respective controls, ending up with a component that is called risk control matrix. That's the second module. The risk control matrix forms the basis of all your audit work in the entire audit plan cycle. So that's the second module. But now, as you can see, it is also aligned to the COSO framework. And as of now, it's the COSO 2013 framework. That means that module can be used by the enterprise management team to actually conduct the risk management process without using the internal audit function. Just working on that module alone to create a comprehensive ERM function. All of them sitting in one system. The beauty of it is that since you're conducting a risk-based, data-driven audit, then your risks sitting in the risk and controls module in that second tab are effectively connected to the risks that you have in your internal audit module. So when the scoring happens within the internal audit module, it automatically affects the risk parameters and the risk reports, the heat maps that come out and gives you a position of the risk position of your organization. You do not need two systems. One system then becomes enough. As auditors, you also know of quality assurance. And for those of you who've done a lot of it, maybe some of the members of the Institute of Internal Auditors Kenya have been called upon to do quality assurance. Quality assurance is covered in that other module there. So your quality assurance programs can be inbuilt. And you can have internal resources who can do quality assurance within that same system. So those people can use that module to assist the internal audit function to be able to achieve the quality standards that are expected of them as per the regulations of the IIA Global. Compliance module, some organizations have independent compliance modules, others have the compliance team set up within the assurance function of the internal audit. Again, that is something that is available in the tool, and you can be able to use the compliance module for those compliance professionals. In the interest of time, I won't really dwell into very details of that. What I want you to see is the connection from your risk management, enterprise risk management, internal audit, internal controls, your risk control matrices, and their connection to the rest of the audit process that you conduct during the field work. You are aware in the field work, you'll only be doing test of controls. These controls must have been created in a manner that they are addressing the strategic and the operational risk of the organization you're auditing. If you're not doing that, then whatever you're doing is not risk-based audit. Now, aligned to this, and the last point I want to say in those particular slides is a data analytics module called Query Analyzer. Query Analyzer, which is connected to this, is whereby there's a component of internal control testing, which is data analysis. For example, if you're reviewing suppliers or vendor activities, and you're concerned that there are some vendors who have been created maliciously in your system, in the database for vendors, so that they can be used in predictive analytics to create LPOs and to be able to commit some fraud. When you're auditing that portion of the purchases and payables cycle, you are able to actually conduct data analytics embedded within that system in the query analyzer and bring in the working papers so that you have one comprehensive solution that now covers the internal audit, the controls side, controls being the qualitative aspect and the quantitative aspect, the data analytics component, the ERM, the risk management component, the quality assurance component, and the compliance component. All of them with their respective reports to the respective people. These are other modules. It's a tool with a lot of modules. These are the modules that are built in the system. We have the process catalog, where all the business processes are documented. Action follow-ups, how we follow up issues until they are fully resolved. The document editor, all those internal audit documents you obtain as evidence for your internal audit process. The meetings manager, you don't conduct your meetings outside the system, you conduct the meetings within the system. And then, of course, the standards and regulation catalogs, documenting the standards, the business process modeling, the document manager, as well as e-learning and e-surveys. So you do your surveys, you do your trainings, you do all communications internally within that system. We call it low-code application, if you saw in the program. Low-code application. Why? Configurable. Traditionally, we've been having audit management systems that become a problem to auditors. Once you get it, you can only use it the way it is. You can't change much in it. In any case, it's off the shelf. Audit Runner now changed that dynamics and introduces the aspects of fully configurable or significantly configurable. It's the design of the software that you cannot change, but you are able to change the configuration settings in the system yourself so that it suits your environment, as opposed to buying a software that was developed in Russia, developed in Canada, developed in the US. You can change nothing. Yes, the entire customization of that is actually built on that system. Customization, changes that are specific to them. The tool allows you to change the software to fit your specific needs as an organization, away from the off-the-shelf package, basic package that you get. Of course, there's collaboration. Another special feature that I want to bring here, which is very important for agile auditing. You know about agile auditing, splitting the audit process into small components so that you can continuously communicate with your auditees and explain them the audit process instead of waiting at the end of the year or at the end of an audit cycle for you to raise issues. In modern times, with a lot of cybersecurity issues across, internal auditors cannot afford to do that. The day of auditing revenues in January, payables in March, fixed assets in December are long gone. They are no longer there. We audit everything continuously. Everything continuously. The data analytics component interrogates the databases every time using special robots to check whether the risks are maturing. And then you deal with them. While you're doing that, you're actually implementing a good portion of the agile auditing that I'm sure you've been able to cover in this program. That collaboration brings in the auditees in the system. There's one system, and when you bring in that system, then you're able to deal with the issues pertaining to them because you can communicate continuously with them. Let me not dwell too much on explaining the details of this. You can get this communication about it because I've shared the documentation with the IIA. It's scalable. You don't need installation. If you need the software on your premises, you can install. If you need the software on the cloud, you can get it, you can own it, you can rent it, whatever you want. So if you want to buy it and own it, you can install in your servers. If you want it on the cloud, you rent it, you can exactly do that. So it's a tool that allows you all the flexibility. You can check that even on the internet. I will not really dwell on it in the interest of time. You're able to check an Audit Runner. You can Google it and see that is actually performing very well as software that you can use to help you. I'm skipping this slide so that I go to the one I wanted to show you in the interest of my time. All the business processes that you're auditing, you can put maps, you can put flow charts, you can put all documentation that you need within the system to be able to have every single package in the system. If a new auditor joins you, the new auditor is able to use the data that is within the system to learn how to audit, to learn the history of the organization without having to call anyone for that. So that's another big benefit of this kind of solution that we are working on. The reporting, action, follow-ups, what issue was raised, when was it raised, whom was it raised, how have they addressed it, how long has it remained outstanding, how long has it been open, the risk heat maps, the likelihood and the impact by department, by organization, by processes. Again, they are fitted in there. Those are the flow charts I was talking about. The tool provides you an avenue for that documentation as well. And automatic generation of reports that you're able to see in that particular slide. So once you finish the documentation of your issues, audit exception, again, spend another time generating a report. The report has already been generated. All audit issues are communicated as you continue building the profile. Then, of course, efficiency. I think I'm just about winding up. I was given that time, I want to respect it. the efficiency, the time savings, the knowledge sharing, the continuous auditing and continuous monitoring, the agile auditing implementation. All those are, as an internal auditor, you need to start thinking about, and they come up with a tool. Now, you can access the tool from your iPad. You no longer need to have meetings. The tool allows you to call meetings within it. You don't have to call meetings outside. But even that, you can access the details of those meetings via iPad, via telephone, or all mobile devices and be able to communicate with the rest of the team. You can implement it on premise. Those are the timings. I don't need to go through all those. You can get the information from which I've already shared with the IIA. You can implement the on premise using those methodologies, a very short implementation period. The online setup, within that again, short implementation period. And within a very short period of time, you have the system running. So that means what? Within 2 weeks, you can commission Audit Runner and have everything automated in your organization with just a period of 2 weeks. But after that, once you use it, then you can say, no, after using it, I need to customize this, customize the other, change the other one, until finally you end up with a tool that basically fits your environment and is able to deliver for you. Now, that is about it. I think I've tried to rush, but while I wind up, I want to say a few things which I will say in a minute. One, times have changed a lot. Internal auditors, times have changed, and they are rapidly changing with the automation that is happening in the computer systems with other computer systems. Don't become the computer. You will not be one. You will never be one. Even if you try, you will die trying. And in fact, as you grow old, you cease to, the opportunity starts becoming smaller because you start forgetting things. You can never be a computer. Audit the computer with another computer. Audit the system with another system. Secondly, internal auditors who have refused to adopt technology will soon start becoming redundant. A business cannot automate everything, and you have not automated what you're doing. It becomes a big challenge for you. This system allows agile auditing. It allows continuous auditing and continuous monitoring. Embrace them, adopt them, accept them. Plan to actually adopt technology and embrace this so if you want to be a very successful modern-day internal auditor in this space that you are playing. We are available to reach for comments. We are available to support you. We are available with demo solutions to provide to you. And by the way, we are also available for other consultations in that space, not necessarily attracting an invoice. We are colleagues, so we can share information. I don't need to give you an invoice every time you call me. You can call me, I can come over. I will just ask you for tea or coffee, and then we can discuss about your internal audit departments. But you know I'll be marketing, so at the end of the day, you know I'll be looking for money, but initially kwanza ni kukukatia kidogo namna hii alafu baadaye utanipatia pesa. But tuanze pole by showing you why you need to give me money. I demonstrate, then you give me money, I sell the software, you get the value, we are all good. Si ndio? Hii dunia ni kugawanya. Weka pesa ingine kwenu, ingine ulete kwetu, tukuweke, ukihitaji tomorrow tukupatie. Thank you very, very much. Asanteni sana. I wish I had more time, but I know I'll have more time in the IIA. But please, time is up, but I must commend the IIA. I told them and I said I'm going to tell you. The ship that is there is doing a wonderful job. Give them a clap, honestly. They're doing a wonderful job. I'm a member of the IIA. I'm very proud to be associated with the IIA Kenya. I'm hip. Wagasha and team, the buttons that you're pressing, keep pressing them. Next year, we want a conference of 1,000 people. I think it is possible. Please support them. They're doing a good job. Wapigie makofi tena. I think that so that they give me more minutes because my time is over.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause to Bwana Godfrey Mwika. Thank you so much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our final speaker. Before we get to the closing remarks, positioning public service for the future of professionals. And if I may pick from what Carol spoke about, as we get a breather, how passionate are you for the future? How ready are you for the future? Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to a close, I'm reminded of how African people would hunt. Without superior equipment, they used what was called persistence hunting. Eyes on the screen. Check this out.
These are the San people of the Kalahari Desert, the last tribe on earth to use what some believe is the most ancient hunting technique of all, the persistence hunt. They run down their prey.
So you have a goal, you pursue it, you don't have superior equipment, but you run.
They will concentrate on the bull. He will be carrying a heavy set of horns and therefore will tire more quickly. To do that, they must separate him from the herd so that his tracks won't be confused by those of others. The heat is hard on the hunters, but they're now close enough for the next stage in the hunt, the chase. This was how men hunted before they had weapons, when a hunter had nothing more than his own physical endurance with which to gain his prize.
Until
the chase has lasted 8 hours. Hunter and hunted are both at the end of their strength. Neither can go on much longer.
Are we ready to chase that goal until the goal gives up?
And then the kudu collapses from sheer exhaustion.
Ladies and gentlemen, that kind of persistence will be needed where we don't give up. We have technology, we have all the tools. We must get to the very end, the future. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk to us about, please put your hands together for the Acting Deputy Commission Secretary, Public Service Commission, Mr. Remy Mulati Nambuchi. Makofi yake tafadhali. Karibu sana. Mr. Remy, karibu sana.
Good afternoon. The chair of the during this very important seminar, but owing to other commitments of leadership, it was not feasible or possible for him to be available, and I think the leadership of the Institute did receive that communication. He did request that on his behalf I convey those apologies. I think going forward in future, he will be available to interact with you. Secondly, the CEO of the Public Service Commission, Dr. Simon Rotich, was also expected to be here with you this afternoon to make a presentation, a very short one, on positioning of public service for future professionals. But as you may appreciate, those offices, those positions have other demands, and again, it was not possible for him to come over here in Mombasa to engage with you. So I was requested to step into his shoes, and for clarity of record, I'm not acting. I'm the Deputy Commission Secretary, Public Service Commission. That is the correct position. And I will therefore proceed by just doing exactly what he requested me to do. Public Service Commission is not a stranger to most of us who have congregated here. I suppose quite a huge percentage of you are serving within the public service, and therefore you are familiar or have an idea what Public Service Commission is all about. I had availed the flash disk. It contains about 16 or 17 slides. I will not go through the rigors of going slide by slide. I think that will be circulated to the participants. So I endeavor to speak to you for about 10 to 15 minutes. And then 1946, when the colonial administration, and precisely the governor, set up a secretariat within Government House to look at issues relating the colonial civil service. Around 1954, that particular secretariat was enhanced to the status of a civil service committee. And that remained the status until 1962, just on the verge of our independence, when Public Service Commission was established, but with regional presence. We had a national outfit in Nairobi, but each of the 8 regions had also a Public Service Commission, owing to the politics obtaining at the material time. You remember the Majimbo system? But around 1964, those ones were abolished, and we ended up with just one national Public Service Commission at the headquarters in Nairobi. Over the years, Public Service Commission, in terms of its operations and membership, has transited with the various constitutional changes, culminating with the 2010 Constitution, which expanded and redefined the mandate of the Public Service Commission. And very briefly then, what are the functions of Public Service Commission? First, the Commission is vested with the function of establishing and abolishing offices in the public service. That covers the entire spectrum of the civil service. But from time to time, even state corporations seek for advisories from the Public Service Commission relating that particular function. Tied to that, we also have, besides the Article 234, which prescribes that function of establishing and abolishing offices, we also have Article 132 of the Constitution, which allows for the executive, and the executive we are talking of the presidency, the executive arm of government, to also establish offices on the recommendation of the Public Service Commission. So from time to time, there are requests emanating from the executive for creation of offices within the public service. For instance, the creation of state departments. Besides that, the Public Service Commission also is vested with the function of making appointments, appointing persons to hold or act in those offices that have been established. The other function is exercising disciplinary control in the public service, development of the human resource, and this is where the training aspect comes in, capacity and capability development of the public service. The Commission is also vested with the function of hearing and determining appeals from county government's public service. And this cuts across anything that relates human resource management in the counties. So on a daily basis, Public Service Commission gets all sorts of appeals, either relating recruitment, relating appointments, relating promotions, relating discipline, from across our entire setup of the county governments. And that is the most important interface between the Public Service Commission and the county governments. Public Service Commission is also charged with the function of promoting values and principles as spelled out in Article 10 and 232 of the Constitution. Based on that, also the Commission has the function on an annual basis conducting an evaluation and reporting to the President and Parliament on the extent to which the service has complied with those values and principles in Articles 10 and 232. And this is an area that has a lot of relevance in terms of the congregation that is seated here. That entire area of governance and ethics. Public Service Commission is also charged with the function of ensuring that there is efficiency and effectiveness in the public service. All those issues touching on performance management and service delivery within the public service. Additionally, the Commission is also vested with the function of conducting investigations into the administration and personnel practices of the public service. Finally, the Commission is also charged with the function of ensuring that we have codes of conduct within the public service, qualifications for public officers. That also has resonates very well with the professional requirements, particularly for the Institute of Internal Auditors, and also conditions of service, issues of remuneration, but in liaison with the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Alongside that, other pieces of legislation, the Public Service Commission, particularly when it comes to recruitment. Like Public Service Commission conducts recruitment for other state organs, like the Commission on Administrative Justice. Yeah, you have been seeing those adverts in the print media. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption, very recently you saw Public Service Commission advertising 2 vacancies for members of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Kenya Law Reform Commission, just to mention a few. By and large, because of the expansive nature of those functions, it is not feasible for Public Service Commission on its role to exercise those powers. And in line with the provisions of Article 10 of the Constitution about sharing of power and devolving of power, under that Article 234, I think Section 5, there is provision for the Commission to delegate some of its powers and functions to either other bodies other authorities, internally to its members. It can delegate to individual public officers, and also even delegate to its own secretariat. So premised on that provision, Public Service Commission has to a large extent shared and dispersed the exercise of those constitutional powers to various entities. For instance, Public Service Commission has delegated some of its functions to the State Department for Public Service through a delegation instrument. Some of it is delegated to the head of the public service, particularly when it comes to issues of centrally managing the transfers and postings of public officers at levels of job group R, which is CSG 6 and above. We have also delegated the exercise of human resource functions to cabinet secretaries and defined them as authorized officers of the Public Service Commission. Whereas National Treasury does appoint principal secretaries as accounting officers, Public Service Commission, I think from 2014, shifted from then permanent secretaries currently designated as principal secretaries. We shifted the delegation to cabinet secretaries, and I don't know, there may be challenges related to that, but that is the situation that is obtaining currently, where cabinet secretaries are exercising the powers of the Commission in relation to all those public officers graded at Job Group N, CSG 8, and below, all the way to CSG 1. The entire range of the HR functions are in the hands of authorized officers, who again function through well set up structures. You have the ministerial advisory committees, human resource management advisory committees that handle the human resource issues, I think chaired by principal secretaries, and then the reports and recommendations end up ultimately with the cabinet secretaries for approval and subsequent action, which may entail escalation to the Public Service Commission. That is the arrangement we have, and in some instances it is working well. In other areas, I think there are all sorts of challenges in terms of efficacy and efficiency of those structures there. But you also realize that part of the national government extends right up to the county level. We have national government public officers who are operating within the counties. If you look at the fourth schedule of the Constitution, there are certain functions that national government still holds. For instance, education. I think national government administrative services, this registration of persons, civil registration, just to mention a few, all those have a huge presence of public officers at the county level. And based on that, the Commission has also set up what we call county human resource management advisory committees to handle the preliminary issues relating human resource management for public officers at that level. Some may be sorted out and finalized at that level. Others will be advanced to the respective human resource management advisory committees within the national government setup. Having stated very briefly what Public Service Commission does, it may be important just to mention that in terms of its setup, before the 2010 Constitution, Public Service Commission had a membership of 17. That is a chairperson and 16 other members. But following the 2010 Constitution, the membership was scaled down. If you look at Article 233 of the Constitution, the membership now is just 9. So it was scaled down by almost 50% or so. A chairperson and a vice chairperson, and then seven members, then with a CEO who is also the secretary of the commission, facilitating the business for the commission board. So having given that preliminary background on what Public Service Commission is, what is it that is actually happening in terms of the service? There are issues to do with recruitment of public servants. The Constitution under Article 232 prescribes that all appointments within public service should be competitive and based on merit. And that's why you find that whenever there is new recruitment for any vacancies that obtain within the various ministries and state departments, these are collected and they end up with the commission, which then advertises in compliance with those constitutional provisions to afford that opportunity for Kenyans, wherever they may be, to access those employment opportunities. Seemingly, it has worked quite well when the commission handles the recruitment, but we have quite a number of issues, particularly recruitments that are done under delegated authority. And if you look at reports that the commission prepares on quarterly basis, the monitoring and evaluation reports on the exercise of delegated powers, you find that certain things are really not going right in recruitment processes at the level of the MDS. So that is one area of concern that I think needs to be addressed. There is the issue of disciplinary control. The intention of disciplinary control, there is always a tendency to look at it from the adverse aspect. But the intention of exercising disciplinary control is to ensure that you have a motivated cohort of employees who are conducting themselves in a manner that enables efficient and effective delivery of services to the citizens. Because the primary objective of the public service is for it to be used as a special purpose vehicle to deliver on government policies and programs, including manifestos of parties that are in government. And so without then having proper modes of conduct within the public service, then it is likely to impact very adversely on delivery of services to the people. And I think this is one area that may emerge, I think, during the plenary, what is it that needs to be done to rectify this particular area, because issues of indiscipline then raises concerns even about professionalism of the public service. There is the issue of governance and ethics. Those of you who are familiar with Article 10 of the Constitution, it sets out a whole range of national values and principles of governance. You know, patriotism, national unity, participation of the people, non-discrimination, social justice, human rights, equity, and so on. It's a whole range. And the intention is that these are supposed to guide and bind all state organs, whether they are constitutional commissions, whether they are independent offices, whether they are branches within the executive, and that we mean ministries, MDS, even state corporations. All those operatives and functionaries within the public service are bound by those provisions of Article 10 of the Constitution. Article 232 on public service values and principles. This is where professionalism and ethics feature very, very prominently. The issues of economic and efficient utilization of public resources, affording equal opportunities to all Kenyans, ensuring representation of diverse communities within our republic, ensuring that the marginalized, the minorities, women, youth, and persons with disability have also access to employment opportunities within the public service. That is what lays out the framework for governance and ethics within the public service. I know from the perspective of the Institute, your emphasis is likely to be on acquisition of the various professional qualifications. We handle issues relating the scheme of service for internal auditors, and which at certain levels then requires that for upward progression of internal auditors, they need to possess certain professional qualifications. The CIA, is it Certified Internal Auditor, the Certified Information Systems Auditor. I think even CPAK and SCCA are also recognized as professional qualifications for purposes of upward mobility within that cadre of internal auditors. I'm picking that one out because that is critical, and the future of public service in terms of attracting and retaining professionals across the board is laying emphasis on professionalization of the public service. And the public service has made a commitment. If you look at its current strategic plan, a lot of emphasis has been laid on this particular area, to the extent that the Commission has gone out of its way to expand establishments within certain professional cadres to ensure that we have adequate positions or establishment for purposes of attaching new entrants to secure professional registration. This is very prominent in the health sector, where recently Public Service Commission has expanded the establishment for interns in the medical area, for pharmacists, for medical doctors, for dentists, clinical officers, nurses. It's the entire range. There are very many. I can't list all of them now. And the intention is to afford opportunity. While they are doing the internship, either they are earning a stipend, but for doctors, because they are delivering services, theirs is more or less like a salary, for them to be able to serve and take the internship. And the period ranges, I think, from 1 year to 2 years, so that these people can qualify for registration with the respective professional bodies. Doctors have their own registration body. The nurses, the lab technologists, all those cadres, Public Service Commission has gone out of its way to ensure that we have that elaborate establishment to allow these young Kenyans to be able to pursue the internship programs and eventually secure registration, which will enable them, one, either to get recruited within the public service or move in to other areas where opportunities would be available. For other professional cadres, like those of us seated here, internal auditors, accountants, I think engineers, architects, we have land surveyors, valuers, and so on. What Public Service Commission has done is that instead of insisting on people entering the service with the requisite professional qualifications, including registration with professional bodies. And this is one area that public servants, I think, have never come to terms with. Public Service Commission exercising that power of establishing offices creates an establishment at entry level, purposely to allow young Kenyans to enter public service, and in those formative 1 to about 6 years, giving them opportunity to work, but at the same time acquire the requisite qualifications in order to secure the professional registration. That way, the Public Service Commission is contributing immensely to professionalization of the public service. Graduates, for instance, the internal auditors, and those of you within the service are familiar with this, either with BCom in accounts, or finance, can enter the public service at CSG 11, which is previously the job group J. And by the time they are growing to job group N, where some of these professional requirements are required, the earnings they get in the form of remuneration enables them to prepare themselves to acquire these professional qualifications that we have been talking about.
Apologies.
You can imagine of a situation where, yes, please.
Sorry. Because of time, we have several questions for you. 1 minute, please.
I'm just finishing. If Public Service Commission, for instance, had insisted on requiring that for entry into the service, one must first have the CIA, the CISCA, get registration from the Institute of Internal Auditors, it will not be possible for the young Kenyans to enter public service. And that is the reasoning that obtains even for the other cadres. Engineers will come in the 5-6 formative years. They have opportunity to get registration by passing the necessary examinations and other modes of testing to get those professional papers. I wish maybe to just point out that Public Service Commission also in terms of positioning public service for future professionals has started what we call the Public Service Internship Program. And they have been distributed, I think, all over in your workplaces, those of you who are from the public sector, parastatals, public universities, ministries, state departments. For purposes of being mentored, coached, we are also positioning public service for future professionals. We have started a very new program called the Public Service Fellowship Leadership Program, where specific talented public officers are identified through a competitive process to be able to be nominated to undertake this leadership program, which is being conducted at the Kenya School of Government. Finally, as I stop, we are also shifting from the current model of schemes of service to career progression guidelines. We have developed a framework for career progression, and very soon Public Service Commission will be communicating with the MDS on how to move forward with this new model. Again, the intention is to attract and retain professionals in the public service as we move forward. Thank you very much. I think I will stop there.
All right.
I don't know, I've used 15 minutes.
Well, more than that. So thank you so much. Because of time, we'll just ask you a couple of questions here. We only have about less than 10 minutes to do this. So I'd kindly request, if possible, response to each question probably within 2 minutes, and we'll really appreciate. First question. Is PSC working on recruiting based on competitive exam? Current hiring process is pretty much skewed and cartel infiltrated. Your response.
If you post that question to, I don't know, how many of you are from the public service, either ministries or state departments? Just raise your hands. I don't know, I'll throw that question back to them. How did you enter public service? It was through a competitive, open and transparent process. Yes, there was an advert spelling out the job requirements and specifications, and those Kenyans who felt they are qualified tendered their applications. That is what happens. Whenever there are vacancies within public service, open adverts are out there in the media, print media, and also available on the Commission's website. And Kenyans are free to apply or not apply. Following that, there is a very elaborate shortlisting exercise that is conducted. Of course, those of you who practice in those areas, you know how shortlisting criteria is derived. And then a very rigorous interview process follows. The issue of entry examinations is a matter that Public Service Commission has toyed with over the years. I've been at the Public Service Commission, I think this is my 18th year, and that matter has always had issues. Has had issues because you look at the provisions within the Constitution, we are talking about diversity, about affirmative action. We are talking about marginalized minorities, men, women, people with disability. The levels of development within the republic called Kenya is not the same. You look at the pool of graduates in a county like Kiambu and Turkana, they are worlds apart. So in the meantime, that has not been a priority for Public Service Commission, using the model of entry examinations. But I think in future, when appropriate, that model, which is on the shelves, it's not that PSC has not thought about it, will be applied at the appropriate moment. But the current model, I think, is working very well. If you look at the public service, even when appointments are made, it reflects the face of Kenya. It reflects the face of Kenya. You can look at the recent statistics in the report for 2020-21, which was released in December last year, sent to Parliament and the President. You will find the statistics there that all appointments conducted by Public Service Commission, in fact, meet the constitutional thresholds in terms of our diversity, in terms of gender, in terms of disability, which is progressive. Even Rome was not built in a day.
Right, sorry. Another question here. Another question. How do you deal with directives from powerful and senior government officials who insist their people attending interviews have to be picked despite job interviews conducted by PSC?
I'm hearing that from you. I don't know how factual it is. You know, there must be empirical evidence to support that, which I don't seem to see. But remember, if you look at Article, I think it is 249 of the Constitution, constitutional commissions, Public Service Commission included, because it's the foremost, are independent and not subject to the direction and control of any authority or person. I don't know who has a copy of the Constitution. You can look at that Article 249. The other objective is to promote constitutionalism, safeguard sovereignty of the people. And that's why constitutions are there, because left to the executive, sometimes things may not go right. Left to the political class, things may not go right. And that's why Public Service Commission has been given that constitutional protection. It is not subject to directives from any quarter. In reality, of course, we are dealing with human beings. Yeah? And people will try ways of maybe canvassing, lobbying, but that does not influence the ultimate decision that the Commission arrives at. Commission has recruitment panels. On those panels, we have technical representatives who sit on those panels, representing the relevant ministries or state departments where those positions are going to be filled. So I wish to restate that PSC never succumbs to pressure or directives from other quarters, because there will be no reason for that. Constitutionally, PSC is safeguarded, it's protected, commissioners serve for a tenure of 6 years. And even the process of removal is so elaborate that anybody imagining to do that will give up. So why then will they succumb to pressures from other quarters? That cannot happen.
Another question here. I acquired CPAK while in service and went further to acquire a degree and MBA, but these have never been considered in promotion in internal audit. Still stagnated in K for 8 years and has worked for over 17 years. What is the problem?
The cadre of internal auditors has one of the best schemes of service, with entry at J, and people can advance all the way to job group T, CSG 4, which is just one level below the grading for the principal secretaries. But if there are issues in terms of the pace at which people are progressing, I think we can't generalize. It may be necessary to look at the specific cases, because those entering at J are those ones who don't have the professional qualifications. But anybody who has, for instance, a CPAK, yes, and anybody entering who has a CIA, they have direct appointment at K. And all of you within the civil service, you are aware that the Ministry for Public Service issued a circular exercising delegated authority of the Commission, guiding the service that you only serve what? 1 year with satisfactory service if you have been confirmed, and confirmation in appointment to P&P is just 6 months. Then you finish the 1 year, you are eligible to advance to the next level. So I don't see a situation where a CPA person entering the service at K would stagnate, because immediately after the 1 year you are supposed to move to L, the CSG 9. Unless there are lapses on the part of the human resource management units within the respective or the concerned ministry or state department. I want to get particulars, I think, of those cases. If they are factual, then I take them up, because those of you who are seated here, you will attest that last year, Public Service Commission went out of its way to address drastically issues of stagnation of public officers across the entire civil service. Yourselves included, internal auditors. There were promotions where nobody applied. In fact, you were caught by surprise. Nobody recommended you. Public Service Commission only used the data within its domain to address the issues of stagnation. And very many, if not all, internal auditors moved by one level. Those who are in J and they had stayed there for 3 years, they moved. K, the same. All the way, some of you seated here moved to S, moved to R. Is that not the case? Is that not the case? I wish I had carried that list. It's a whole file. It's a whole file on those promotions under succession management. I'm aware that a few cases, I think, were omitted because of accuracy of data, and through coordination by National Treasury, appeals were brought to the Commission, and those appeals were addressed, and some of you seated here benefited from those promotions. So you can't say no. I think it is not right. Yeah? We could conduct, if there was time, a very quick census, but we need not go into that. But if there are still issues, particularly those who missed out on those promotions under succession management, I would be glad, Chair of the Institute, and reps here from the National Treasury, because they are the ones administering that scheme on behalf of the Commission, to collect whatever cases that are there and let them be forwarded to the Commission for appropriate action.
Excellent. Maybe a final question here. Somebody's asking, okay. Thanks for the details. We are told that you must know someone to get in through PSC.
Again, it really astounds me because where I sit as Deputy Commission Secretary, I receive all the mail that comes from Public Service Commission, including citizens in Lamu, Mandera, and the feedback we get is they are commending the Commission. Those who get appointed, that here I am in Ramu. Ramu is on the border of Mandera and Ethiopia. I don't know anybody in Nairobi. I even didn't know where Public Service Commission is. But here I am. I applied, I was shortlisted. I've gotten an appointment letter. I've received a placement letter posting me to a Ministry of State department. Those are the testimonies that we get. If there is anybody seated here, and I know it is a mix, all levels, I think, of internal auditors, right from the top, I don't know up to what level, they are seated here. They will tell you whether they joined public service through knowing somebody. Because they joined through an open advert, they applied just like any other Kenyan. Opportunities are normally few, applicants are in thousands, and again, there is that human weakness. When I don't get, and my colleague on the other end gets, then it's likely to speculate, we alipata kwa sababu anajua mtu, you know, which is not the case. And they can affirm that. Even the promotions they have earned, rising to the levels where they are now, it was not through knowing anybody in Public Service Commission. Yeah, the latest promotions that I just mentioned, none of them applied. They were just surprised to get promotion letters without even asking. So is there merit really in that matter?
Wow.
I don't think so.
Sure, that's all. That's all. A big round of applause once again. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you for your time. Asante sana. We appreciate your responses.
Thank you very much for listening to me. But on a very serious note, I would kindly appreciate those particular cases of stagnation that have not been addressed. Can they be forwarded, expeditiously to the Secretary CEO Public Service Commission? And this is what I'm going to report back, that we are going to get a list of public officers who missed out through the mammoth promotions that were done for internal auditors under succession management. Thank you.
All right. Good note. Thank you so much, Deputy Commission Secretary, Public Service Commission. And to appreciate him, please, one more thing, Deputy Commission Secretary, one more thing, we want to appreciate you. And I'd kindly call upon Pariken Olesanke, Head of Internal Audit, Public Service Commission. to come appreciate Remi Mulati Nambuchi, Deputy Commission Secretary, Public Service Commission. Remi Mulati. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause once again to the Deputy Commission Secretary, Public Service Commission, Remi Mulati Nambuchi. Asante sana for your time. Wow. 4 minutes to the top of the hour. We are closing, ladies and gentlemen. And we want to close in a way that will also enable us to know your concerns and your suggestions moving forward. Okay, so this time round, back to Menti. This is possibly the last Mentimeter engagement you're going to have as we close. So very quickly go to www.menti.com. The code is 2563. That's 2563 9782. Let's do it again. 2563 9782. 2563 9782. 25 63 97 82. This one, everybody has to be part of it. So still checking the numbers here. 24 people on board. We need you on board. www.menti.com. 25 63 97 82 is the number code. Once again, 25 63 97 82. 47 people on board, 50 people on board. We need more people. We are more than that here. Okay, before we move on to the next question, 61 people. KCB, ILRI, KCAA, Finance, FCB, NCA, Sassini PLC. Well done. We're about to close. Let's hit the 100 mark. 5 people more. 5 more people. 5 more people. All right. Ready to move on. Check your phone, check your phone, check your phone, check your phone. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. What is your overall assessment of today? Friday, last day. What's your assessment? Excellent. Good at 44. Good at 44. 57, 60, 57, 70. Good, good, good. Excellent. Today 27. Excellent. All right, we move on very quickly because of time. Next online. Overall assessment of facilitators. We start with Faith Basie. Excellent 28. Excellent 58. Excellent 68. 72. Well done. 76. 79. 80. 81. 81. 83. 80, 84. 86. 85. 85. 85. 85. All right. All right. With Basia, thank you so much indeed. Let's move on to the next one. Overall assessment of facilitator Godfrey Mwika. Well, Bwana Godfrey Mwika. Okay, 52. Excellent at 43. Okay. We're closing, 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 we're closing. Okay, 65 good, 44. All right, next online, ladies and gentlemen, we're closing because of time. Closing. Next, overall assessment of facilitator Alice Mololo. closing. 41 good, 41 good, 41 good, 43, 44, 44, 44 good, 44 good. Okay, thank you so much. Next online, overall assessment of facilitator Carol Oko. Carol Oko, excellent, excellent, good, 10, excellent, 54, 56, 59, 63, 66, 69, 71, 74. 121 people on board, 78, 124, 125, 79, excellent, 80, excellent. All right, we're moving on, moving on, moving on. Everything is on your phone. Okay, we're closing, we're closing. Excellent, excellent. All right. Do you have further comments or suggestions? Comments, suggestions. Now this is where you dive in. What did you like most? What didn't you like? What can we improve on? What can we work on? Type it in, put it there. This is very critical. Open-ended. If possible, indicate your name as well. So go for it, go for it. Do you have further comments or suggestions? What did you like most? What needs improvement? We're closing, all right. When are you sharing training materials? Okay, IIA, that's noted. Let's have more public sector facilitators and sponsors. No, thanks for the wonderful presentation. Presenters, improve on registration. We can't queue like, okay. Okay. Oh, fantastic. Well done. In the future, increase time to sensitive topics. Improve on the registration process. Inadequate desks. Let's do it again. Work on reducing training. Okay. Speakers to keep time. Overall, the seminar is excellent. Touch on risk management and internal auditing. Excellent informative training session. The sessions should be allocated more time. Good work. I love the energetic. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Bless you. PSC to check into what MDAs do with human resource. Kindly include health topics and more topic around retirement and personal finance. The presentations captured the theme perfectly well. Bravo. The Institute needs to add a t-shirt in the bags. Okay. Great improvement relative to previous years. Good presenters. Shukran. Allow more time to facilitators to get the most of what they have put into preparing. That's good. The presenters were too harassed for time. Apologies. Under authority, under instructions. Let the seminar be ending at 2 p.m. each day. Okay, all right. I appreciate IIA for offering a virtual option for those of us who were not able to attend physically due to work pressures. Thanks. Friendly and supportive IIA staff. Keep it up. Very good seminar. Share the training materials. The timing of the seminar should be reviewed. It's too close to the East Packet. Okay, annual seminar. Like the time management and okay, facilitators are super good facilitators. There's need to have more vibrant. Come on. Do we have more? Do we have more vibrant facilitators? Improve on registration. I'm just picking these things. I'm still struggling to get the point. Okay. We'll stop there. Registration took so long. Improve screen. The program was very we need material for whoa. Okay, more training. Okay, improve on large font PowerPoint. Okay, we take, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for all of you. These details are important. Data, the oil of the 21st century. Data, this is data, and of course, moving on into the future, glimpse into the future. This info will be important. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to that place where we're closing 4 minutes past the hour. We're closing. It was an honor serving you as the moderator. It was an honor. My closing remarks as I welcome the next speaker, always passionate about this. You see, in life, it's a race. Sometimes you pass some people. Allah! And Allah! But you use that as force to move forward. Sometimes it's not enough to run to the finish line, decides to stop. Do what? To pick up his brother. Ladies and gentlemen, let's pick each other up. Let's do it for Kenya. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, the closing remarks. A big round of applause to the CEO, IIA Kenya, Joyce Omina. Karibu sana.
Thank you Mwakazi for that. Thank you participants again for joining us in this annual seminar. I'm hoping that we met all the expectations from day one and surpassed them. I would like to introduce my secretariat team. They are outside. So I would like to introduce them, but as they come, May is Internal Audit Awareness Month. That is an international awareness month for internal audit. And we've sent out different communications to the heads of internal audit. As an institute, we want to receive as much material as possible, your videos, your photos on awareness, so that we post them on our social media pages. So we welcome you to send all the information, photos of what you are doing in your departments to create awareness. You can invite us to your organization so that we join in next week and get to know what you are doing and post them. There are things that are on the program that are a guide. You can customize your email signature and social media accounts. You can host a workplace celebration. You can do videos for thematic areas. You can conduct a lunch and learn with people who work in your organization. You can let your organization know when you obtain the professional certifications. You can obtain printed copies of IA brochures or download the PDFs so that other people can know what internal audit is all about. You can display a fun poster in your department to motivate the audit team. You can help correct misperceptions about our profession. There are so many misperceptions about audit being policemen and investigators. You can encourage members of your audit committee, board, and senior management to subscribe to the IIA membership. You can create an intranet or internet web page that promotes your internal audit function. You can start or join a conversation about building awareness. And then, so I'll introduce the secretariat team as we appreciate them. Justus Musasia is our training manager. Dorcas is the training officer. Martin Mwebia is in charge of certification and consultancies. Charity and Caro are in charge of membership. Agnes is also in charge of membership. She's outside there. Nancy is our accountant. She's supporting from the office. And then we have Anthony and Christine, who assist in the office, office administrators. And Judy is in the finance department. So thank you so much, and we look forward to more engagements. You can check our calendar on our website. We have many more trainings. We have Turkey.
Makofi yao tafadhali. Asante sana. Well done. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for them as they take their seats. Asante sana.
I want
seats. Asante sana.
I want to welcome our chairman of the Board of Governors, Mr. David Wagasha, to take over the next session.
Thank you very much. Another big hand of applause for our CEO. I think she's done a fantastic job. This is our first conference, and I believe she's delivered. Has she delivered? Yes, good, good. Thank you very much, Joyce. Yeah. Once again, my name is David Wagasha, Board of Governors, Board of Director, Chairman, Board of Directors. Sometimes I forget the title because I'm hands-on. And because of that, we've tried to make sure we deliver. Now, I'm very proud to see all of you here, and it's amazing. I remember I have been in this conference for the last 15 years. I attend every conference for the last 15 years. In my other life, I support the conference as a sponsor. So I remember some time back I was here, and the conference was in Makutano, that small room there. And the organization was not going so well. Yeah. So as a sponsor, the things I was promised, I was not given. So I wrote a letter to the chairman with many points on the things that I didn't get. Then he replied to me and told me, now, since you've written to me these things, I think you need to come and become chairman so that you can implement those things. So I thought it was a joke. And a year later, he told me to become chairman. I ran for elections. We all know what happened. I became number 2. Then I ran for elections again. After we went online, I became chairman. So I have tried to implement the things I wrote in that letter, and I hope it's working. Yes. So, yeah. So thank you very much for attending. It's amazing to see all of you here. We have auditors from all organizations, both private and public sector. What I want to say is that as a board and a secretariat, and thank you very much for putting in a very effective board. Our board is very well balanced in terms of diversity, in terms of public sector, private sector, in terms of, you can see how many ladies are in that board. So we are very well balanced. I think they're even more than men, but that diversity is important. So the board has been doing a fantastic job. I just want to say a few remarks before I introduce them. Number one, I think since we came into office, and I just want to appreciate all the other chairmen and presidents who are there before me, because they've set up the momentum up to where we are today. Yes, yes. I'd like to appreciate. I think we had Billy Mwencha, who was our first chairman, and then followed by, if I miss out, I think there was Anne War, then there was Mr. Ndongo, and then there was Mr. Nyaga, and then there was Mr. Mogaka, and then there was our past chair who's here, up to me now. I really appreciate what they've done to build the momentum to where we are today. So as far as we are concerned, we've tried to make sure our conferences are up to standard. Most of us attend global conferences, just like our MPs. We've tried to make sure what we have learned there, we bring here. Yes, so to make sure that, and that's what we're trying to do. In terms of trainings, we've tried to make sure our training, we are addressing trending topics. We try to do webinars, because there are a lot of webinars we even get for free to make sure we upskill in-house trainings. My CEO is very effective in doing in-house trainings and visiting you. In terms of technology, for the first time, we have a QR code on your tag. When you come in, we don't have to tick you on a piece of paper. So we're trying to change as much as we can. We've tried to improve a few of the processes with our secretariat. That's why you're seeing a bit the enhancements. We're going to add on to that to improve membership and training. One of the key things I'm proud of is growth. Last year we grew with 500 members, which is a good thing. 500 members is it's 2 countries in East Africa combined. Yeah. But as far as we are concerned, we grew by 500 to take us to 4,000. What I'm just trying to say is that we are a big institute. We have an impact in Africa. We are only second to South Africa. Yes. And as far as we are concerned, even South Africa, we will be able to actually measure up with them. So thank you very much. We've grown our membership, we've grown our secretariat, our board also. We have our committees here. Even we have our board and audit committee chair here. I'd like to appreciate him. Thank you very much. So what I'm saying is that we have grown the governance structures in this organization, and I believe that we are setting up structures that will be able to go even before, even beyond when we leave this institute. Now, I'd like to introduce my board of directors. Those who are in attendance, I would like to begin with Sarah Luta. You can come. I think the board of directors, maybe you can come so it's easier. We can save on time. The ones who are in attendance, just come, then I can introduce you. So in no particular order, I'll begin with Sarah Luta, who's one of our governors. As she's a director in the board. So Sarah, you can say hi.
Good afternoon, delegates. We want to just appreciate you for your support and presence, and we know together we are going forward, even with agility as internal auditors and even in our practice. I wish you safe travels.
Thank you very much, Sarah. The next board member I'll introduce is Untitled, who is also our chairman of the Membership Services Committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon. I know it's just some minutes before lunch. We want to appreciate you for taking time and attend this conference. There is no IIA without each and every one of you. You have made IIA what it is today, and we thank you very much. Thank you for your support, and we look forward to engaging with you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anne. Thank you very much. I would like to, the next board member, I'd like to introduce Dorothy Chepkoech, who's the chair of our Advocacy and Public Policy and Publicity Committee. It's a very long name.
Good afternoon, members. Thank you so much for coming. It is a pleasure to serve you people. Thank you for giving us the right to serve you. And we have worked passionately, very hard to make sure you enjoy these sessions and these services. We've worked hard to get you very good speakers, and we will continue to do that. We'll continue to do that, and especially because I convene the advocacy, public policy, and publicity. The more we get noticed out there for what we do, the more the profession gets its value, and the more we add value for Wanjiko and for the shareholders, for the companies that we serve. So that is our duty, that is our passion, and we will keep doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Very passionate about her committee. I'd like to introduce Abdi Salah. Abdi is the chairman of our training committee.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me take this opportunity to thank you for making this event very successful. Without you, we will not have reached where we are today. So I want to congratulate you for being present for all this time. I also want to congratulate the Secretariat for doing the good work. And lastly, I want to congratulate Mr. Mwakazi, who was our MC. Thank you so much for making this event successful. Thank you, my board members, my board chair, secretary, and the executive member. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdi. Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to introduce Victoria Ngwenyi, who's our past chair. She's the one I took over from. Please speak to the members.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so I really want to appreciate all of you for the support that you've been giving the Institute since inception in 2002. And I want to say that you are the Institute. We are only providing that leadership. I was chair in 2019 before COVID struck, and I want to appreciate that we really bounced back because we are houseful, which means that we have continued to operate, and we have overcome the challenges that were brought in by COVID as an institute. Thank you for coming, and I wish you journey mercies. I'm also the certification chair. I am encouraging that we have programs in place for CIA. Please let's all be proud of our profession and participate in the CIA exams. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you very much, Victoria. Thank you for the work you've done for operation to date. She's been in the Institute since 2002. Next, I'd like to introduce Joel Walucho, our treasurer, the man who takes care of all the money that we have, so we need to hear something from him.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, delegates. Yeah, I just want to say we appreciate your coming and your support. You have been really part of us, and it's because of your efforts that's why we're having this particular conference. And of course, as your treasurer, I want to assure you that the resources of the institute are well safeguarded. Of course, we have put there proper structures. We have a very active audit committee. So I want to assure you that your resources are well taken care of. There's one issue that we have addressed, especially on the VAT when it comes to the costing of the conference. Going forward, it's going to be inclusive so that you should not be having those challenges you're encountering. Otherwise, I wish you well, and please continue supporting the Institute. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Joel. Next, I'd like to introduce our secretary, Leonard Okoth.
Good afternoon, members. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair, and board members for the opportunity. For the delegates, we are most grateful for the support you continue to give us and to give the Institute, because this is what forms the profession that we so love. I think, as my colleagues have said, we did set our ambitions, and we've really chased those ambitions. And we look forward for your support. All that you're seeing here is out of your contribution and also trusting the board and also the secretariat to deliver this. So let's continue rallying around our institute and to deliver a better experience for our profession. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leonard. And next, I'd like to introduce our first vice chair. That's Patrick Owiti.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your presence here, as has been echoed by my colleagues and most of the facilitators for the week that we've been around here, is much appreciated, and we don't take it for granted. And this is your institute. Ours, we are just custodians so that we can build up on your ambitions and what the institute is all about. So much appreciated. And it is my hope, in fact it is our hope, that we have met some, if not all, of your expectations. But of course there are maybe a bit of gaps and all that, and we have captured all of that, and we'll hope to improve in our next. So as we glimpse into the future, we look forward to meeting with you again, not only next year in our annual conference, which of course we hold annually. There is a retinue of programs that we run. Of course, we normally communicate our calendars to you people. And of course, the next kid in the block is Turkey. And we are hoping to see some of you so that we can network. We have a lot of sessions networking in the different activities that we hold here. But as our tradition, we also benchmark with the outside world, because we actually measure ourselves with the outside world so that we can give the best. And we thank you very much for honoring us to host you for 1 week. Thank you very much, and wish you journey mercies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. We'd also like to appreciate Rosalind Morethi, who's our second vice chair. She's not in attendance, but she's part of the board and has been part of the committee in organizing. Yes. So thank you very much, board members. I think you can take your seats. I don't want to keep you here for too long. I'd also like to appreciate our MC, Bwana Mwakazi, and I would like him to say 2 words. Yes. Salamia watu. Salamia watu. Unaweza pata votes, eh?
It was an honor serving you. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Mwakazi. I think you're an MC, a man of few words. Okay. I have 2 more things to in my agenda. I'd like to appreciate the sponsors. We'll begin with our bronze sponsors. I'd like to appreciate Diligent. Diligent, are you here? Mr. Diligent, are you here? Okay, we'd like to appreciate Diligent. Just clap for them. Diligent have sponsored for us. We also have Steve Masako, who have sponsored us. Give him a clap, please. Safaricom, thank you very much, Safaricom, for sponsoring us. Sirianu, thank you very much for sponsoring and speaking. Our silver sponsor, Grand Free Consulting. Thank you, Godfrey, for sponsoring and speaking. And our gold sponsor, Teammate, thank you for sponsoring. Are you here? Yeah, good. So thank you very much, sponsors, and would like to encourage, we also thank all the organizations, and please, next year, when we look for sponsorship, please sponsor us. I'd like to see this list longer. Now, finally, I want to remind you about the May Awareness Month. Please, what the CEO listed out, let's try and do some activities this month. The program, at the back of the program, we had the activities, but we'll also send you out emails. Try and customize your email, try and have a cake in the office, buy the other departments snacks or lunch, simple things. Inform your members about certification. Reach out to media or your own newsletter in the office. Try and do as many things as you can. Last year, we were recognized globally as champions of AI Awareness Month by just doing 3 simple things. Number 1, sending out an email informing everyone else in the organization that there's May Awareness. Number 2, putting it in our social media. And number 3, holding an activity in your office. Just those 3 things, and you get recognized for the May Awareness Month. So thank you very much. We will not end this without requesting one of us to give us a vote of thanks. I'd like to invite Leonard to give a vote of thanks, and then we request someone to pray for us, and then we bring the conference to an end. Yeah, Leonard.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, the board and the Secretariat. I think I'll make this short so that we don't hold you here any longer. First is just to register our appreciation to all of you, the participants, the 350 plus members who got time and dedicated resources from their own resources and also from their own organizations to come and attend this event up to this stage. So thank you so much for that dedication. As I said earlier also, the Institute of Internal Auditors, yesterday you had a chance to speak to the Vice President and he joined online of the Global Institute. The Institute is on a trajectory of change, and that change, if you look at the global website, you will see we changed from progress through sharing and rebranded to elevating impact. Our conference this year has been focused on glimpse into the future. As internal auditors, we have a bright future, and that you can take home, that the future is promising. We just need to be agile, we just need to be resilient, and we need to figure out what more can we do to reposition the internal audit. Yesterday the CAS was here and he challenged us and said if a pastor set up a session at 2 p.m., at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday and say that's the church service, will he be able to have the congregants? The automatic answer would be a no. The issue is the church is right, but the place is right and time is not right. So as internal auditors, we have the skill. We can adjust the skill. We have opportunity to change our organizations. So as we seek agility, as we look at how can we change and focus forward, this conference has given us some tools we can go and implement. So from the board, it's just to say thank you for the opportunity. And from the board, as the chair has indicated, we are committed and we'll be able to deliver on even higher dreams from the members so that we're able to move our institute and all of us to be proud of this great profession called the internal audit profession. Thank you so much to our sponsors. Thank you, Bwana MC, for the opportunity to come and serve us. And as we go home, I want to wish you, on behalf of the board and the secretariat, safe journey home till we meet next time. But of course, as an institute, we have many programs. So let's look for opportunity to always share. As individuals, always call the person in the next organization who is an internal auditor and ask them, what do you guys do so that we can learn? All of us moving forward will really create a great profession. Thank you so much. I would want to call Jen Kinuthia to come and bless us as we go for a lunch and also bless our journey home. Keep safe. Let's keep interacting. Jen, karibu sana. Thank you, members. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'll not keep you long, but please allow me to be in my mask. I have a small cold. Mine is just to thank God for this far that He's brought us. He gave us safe journey mercies to this place, and I want to believe that He has kept us safe and healthy. He has also preserved our families back at home. We want to believe that. We've been talking to them, and we believe they are well. I want to thank God because of the hotel. They have really served us well. The food has been good. I've not heard of any case of food poisoning, and we really thank God. And my other task is just to pray that God's grace and strength will be with us as we go to implement what we have learned. You might be like me, who is almost there next to the string to retire, and you really don't know, or you have not planned for your retirement. All is not lost. There is still time. We want to pray that God will lead us and guide us. And on that note, allow me to read a scripture that is in Psalms 37, 23 to 24. It says, "The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him. Though he may stumble, he will not fall, for the Lord upholds him with his hand." Allow me to say hallelujah. Yes, that is what God is able to do. You might feel, even through the lessons we've gone through, I have held on this part. How do I begin? But we are being told that the Lord is able to establish our steps. He's able to make firm our steps if we delight in him. Another version says, "To them that are godly." For sure, we need God in everything that we do. Even in our profession, we need God. So it is for them that are godly, for them who will invite God into what they are doing. Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you, we want to bless you, and to honor you, O God. Thank you for this far that you've brought us, O King. Thank you, Lord God, that you have preserved us. Thank you that you have kept us healthy, O God. We want to thank you that even while we were away, O God, you took care of our families, O my Father. And now as we plan to get back home, oh God, we are praying that, Lord God, you'll give us journey mercies, oh God. There are those who will travel by air. There are those who will travel by train and even by road, oh God. We ask, oh my Father, give us journey mercies home, oh Father. We cover all those vessels that you will use with the precious blood of Jesus. And we pray, O King of Glory, that, Lord God, you will watch over us, O God. We bless you, we honor you, and we adore you. We give you praise, honor, and glory. As we go to implement what we have learned, O God, may your grace be with us, O King of Glory. You say that, Lord God, you are our refuge and strength, O Father. We call on your strength, O my Father, to make the strides that we have to make, O God. And as your word has told us, O God, may you, O King of Glory, make firm our steps, O God. We bless you, we honor you, and we adore you. We bless this hotel, O God, because they've been a blessing to us, O God. We bless, O King of Glory, the IIA staff, O God. They have been a blessing to us, including the board, O God. May you continue to give them strength, O God, even to serve us. We bless you, we honor you. Thank you for every participant, O God, for making them available, O God. We bless you, we honor you, and we adore you, O God. We cannot fail to remember, O God, our nation, Kenya, O King of Glory. At this time of the elections, O God, we are asking that you take control, O Father. Lord God, we pray for safety, we pray for security, O God. As people go for campaigns, O God, we pray that there will be security, O God. We ask of peace in the nation, O God. Lord Jesus, take control, O God, even of whoever comes into the positions, O God, the various positions, O Father. Lord, we leave it all to you, O God. Take control, O Father, we pray. We bless you and we honor you, for we pray in Jesus' holy name. And everybody say, amen, amen. God bless you. Have a wonderful, wonderful safari back home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We started with a selfie, and I'd kindly request that we finish with one. So let us just be upstanding. Get your selfie, get your phone, and take a selfie with the whole room. Get a selfie with the whole room and say, this was the final day. Make it memorable. We may not see it like this ever again. All right, and make sure you remember to post. Walk around and take the selfie. Whoa, it can be a video as well. Wow. Together with IIA. Whoa.
I wanna wake up to the heat of the sun.
That's it.
I wanna feel it shine inside me. Oh yeah. I wanna spark into the beat of the drum. I want my light ones all around me. Oh yeah. We together as one. We're all the same. Oh yeah.
Thank you so much.
Let's celebrate and let the world know. We are Africa. We love Africa. We stand on Africa. We love We're gonna get the world a party. Oh yeah. No matter to stay, we got enough for everybody. Oh yeah. We together as one, we're all the same. Oh yeah. Get together as one, let's celebrate and let the world know. We are Africa. We love love Africa. Here we stand, Mama Africa. We love Africa. Here we are, Mama Africa. We love Africa. Here we stand, Mama Africa. We love Africa. We're together as one, we're all the same. We together as one, let's celebrate.